Hello, hello. Going back to an old classic here. We're going to do some Into the Breach today. We're going to try the new unfair difficulty that they added with their latest free content patch. Now, we already went and did all of the squads, the new squads. Had a fun little adventure with these guys. The Barmex, Mist Eaters, Cataclysm, Arachnophiles, Heatsinks. So that was a fun little romp, but I just did those on hard. I did not do the new unfair difficulty that they added, so I've been a bit scared of doing it because I have no idea how unfair it is. I can get through a 4-island run on hard pretty easily. You know, it's not too much trouble, but unfair, you get almost the maximum amount of Vex spawning, and you get alphas immediately, or more alphas even, on top of what you get from hard. So we're going to be doing that today, and I have a little plan. We're going to be taking the Frozen Titans, and as much as I would like to keep our previous time traveler here, Quan, who has, I think he's followed us through like 2 or 3 timelines. Skilled conservative, this is a very good pilot, but we're not going to be using him. We are going to be using Bethany Jones, because she starts with a shield. And when you're using Frozen Titans, you have this ice mech here, which its weapon, the cryo launcher, frees yourself and the target. If you have a shield, though, you don't freeze yourself. So Bethany is going to be in there, and she's going to be doing most of the work. I believe one of these new pilots has something like a shield, or it might be like a secret pilot. I don't have it unlocked, but we're just going to be using Bethany. And my hope, my plan, my prayers are that we get a ice generator. We pick up an ice generator along the way, and we get conservative on Bethany Jones. That way we can just basically freeze the entire map twice per battle. And that'll take care of pretty much every threat on the board very consistently. We're also going to have this Aegis mech, which can shield itself, which is good for blocking, but more importantly, it flips the attack direction. You know, plus 2 damage as a base. That's really good damage starting off. But for now, we're going to get much more utility out of being able to flip the attack direction. This mirror mech is probably going to be the biggest trouble on our team. It fires front and back, only 1 damage, 4 cores to upgrade to 3 damage. We're going to be looking for a weapon replacement on this thing. This Janus cannon I don't rate very high. Like, theoretically, you can deal with 2 threats at once. It does have a push. And if you get lined up, you can, you know, a single move will, you know, take care of 2 threats. So, in theory, on paper, it sounds like a good weapon, but in practice, it's a lot trickier to use. So, yeah, we're going to go unfair. And I think we're going to keep everything. If we wanted to do like a slightly easier unfair mode, we could turn off the new units, because they tend to be more annoying. They have troublesome abilities, like the bouncers. They not only push their target, but they push themselves back a tile, which they can set up a like a double threat attack. Same with the new moth enemy. It fires an artillery, so it arcs over tiles, and it also pushes itself back. So they love getting into spots where they can hit two things at once. But I don't think we're gonna coward out on this one. I think we're gonna keep the new units. Let's get the full experience. And hopefully this won't end in a disaster. I'm gonna plan for the full 4 islands. Hopefully we can do everything. But it might take like 6 hours, in which case I might have to just do like 3 islands or 2 islands. Because I do have a kind of a time limit. I can go like 6 hours, basically. After 6 I gotta call it, but yeah. Alright, let's look at our islands here. What are we starting out with? Archive, we have Scorpion, Scarab, Firefly, and the Soldier Scion that provides regeneration, plus the Firefly Leader. This is a pretty straightforward lineup. Decent amount of health, though, plus that regen. Firefly's going to have 3 health. Scarab's going to have 2 health. Scorpion has 3 health. Alpha variants are going to have 5, 4, 5 health, respectively. And we're going to be seeing a lot of alphas right from the very start. From the very first mission, we're probably going to get like 3 alphas spawning, at least. And what about Rust? We have the Bouncer, Hornet, Leaper, the... what's the name of this thing? It's the Anti-Fire Scion. Vex don't take any fire damage when that thing's on the field. But the HP is a lot more manageable. Leaper's only 1, so their alphas are going to have 3 HP. Hornet's 2 HP. Bouncer's 3 HP. The Leaper does web, but it's got fairly low HP, so it's probably not going to be... We can just kill it, usually. Well, I mean, if it's not an alpha variant, we can kill it. We only have 2 damage maximum right now. On Archive, the Scorpion, the first enemy in that list there, that webs, that immobilizes you. And Pinnacle, we have the Gastropod, the Mosquito, Firefly, Blast Scion, and it's Pinnacle, which means a lot of like extra little robot enemies that can be very annoying. A lot of protect the robot objectives. Combine that with the Blast Scion. This is going to be hell. Pinnacle is going to be an awful island. I think we're just going to do the same thing we usually do and save Pinnacle to the last until we get like all the tricks, all the tools and utilities. And for Detritus, we've got Scorpion, Mosquito, Bouncer, Blood Scion. No, wait. The Blood Scion is the one that gives regeneration. The Soldier Scion here on Archive, that gives +1 health. So we're looking at even more health here. That's 4 health. Yeah, that's 4... 434 health on the basic enemies, and 656 on the alphas. That's going to be a huge problem. We're going to want to save Archive until we get damage upgrades. And because this is going to be on unfair difficulty, we're going to be seeing alphas, which means that there's no advantage to taking these islands early for when, like, the Scarabs are going to be spawning with only 2 health. They're going to be spawning as alphas with an extra 2 health on top of the +1 health that the Scion is going to give them. So there's no, like, wiggle room early on where you can get under the alpha spawn rate. Now, Detritus is going to have a lot of acid on the field. Acid will double the amount of damage we do to anything inflicted by it. That can help out a lot, especially early on when their damage is lacking. That means our Aegis mech here will be doing 4 damage, and the Mirror mech will be doing 2. Meaning we can kill the mosquitoes. I think they have 2 HP. We can kill mosquitoes and the alpha mosquitoes. The bouncers and the scorpions will have 3 HP or 5 as an alpha. So they're a bit more tricky. We don't really have to worry about this no fire damage on Rust. We don't do any fire damage. And there's no fire tiles, or there's... Okay, there's not none, but there's very few tiles on the Rust maps that actually ignite, so there's no forests. Like, Archive, full of forests. Pinnacle has, a decent amount of forests. But Rust, it's a desert. There's no forest. There's a couple of maps that have a little bit of forest here and there. Usually it's the Defend the Terraformer mission, but we destroy the forests, with the Terraformer, and that's a fairly easy mission anyways. So, just to ease us in, I think we're going to do Rust first. And we have Bethany in the ice mech. That's good. Right, she's going to be the linchpin. The starting shield, we have to prevent damage on her as much as possible so she keeps the shield and we can keep freezing enemies. We're not going to be killing a lot of enemies this run. So we have to avoid objectives. Defend the train. That's actually not too bad with Bethany and the ice mech. We can freeze the train. We have to avoid objectives that have, like, kill 7 enemies. Or destroy 2 mountains or something, or combinations like that. We have to really pick our missions carefully. So what do we have for reputation? Defend the train, that's going to be 2. Defend the prototype Renfield bombs, that's also a decent mission for us. We can freeze them. That'll give us an extra layer of protection. That's 4 rep. 6 rep for whatever this is going to be, but this is going to be a hard mission. It's got 3 objectives, so it's going to have an extra Vex spawning at the very start. Maybe 2, 4, 6. Corporate HQ, when this unlocks, it'll give us 2 more. That's going to be 8. And we have 1 more pick of a mission here, which is probably going to be whatever this is. This is another high threat mission because it's got the 3 objectives. And plus, we don't need the grid power right now. On unfair difficulty, we do get double the amount of grid power every time we get a grid power reward on these missions. So, we're going to be getting 4 grid. But we only have 2 missing. So, that's a bit overkill. Plus, high threat. What actually is the high threat here? It's a bouncer. And we're going to have 6 spawns to start with. That's going to just be way too many enemies. So we are definitely going to be avoiding this one. And if it's going to be like that for this double rep mission up here, we might have to avoid that one as well. So we're going to be doing Scrapyard, Mercury Ridge, this one here, and then this last mission. That's our 4th mission. We can only do 4 missions before we have to defend the corporate HQ and clear the island. So we're looking at 8 reputation. I'm counting rep because rep is how you spend reputation at the end of each island to buy new equipment or new pilots. No, you don't get new pilots. You only get new equipment. Or grid power. Which, we never buy grid power. Yeah, it costs 3... no. It's new equipment or reactor cores. That's the big one I'm missing. Reactor cores is how you power up your mechs. You get extra reactor. You can put them in these little slots here. Increase the effectiveness. Extra shield, extra damage, that stuff. So we want to be maxing how much rep we get in each of these islands so we can keep on the power curve that we need to be able to execute. With 9 reputation, you can buy 3 power cores, which is a good number to have per island. It'll get you to the final 4th island, or the 5th island, technically, with a pretty much fully upgraded team. And depending on how many reactor cores you pick up in time pods, you might have more reputation or more cores than you can spend. So we want to maximize that, but this high threat mission is going to be a problem. So we might only get 8. Which means we can buy 2 reactor cores and 1 equipment, which costs 2 reputation. hopefully there's going to be a time pod on this first island. That way we can pick up an extra reactor core for free. But we're going to start... Guess it doesn't really matter. What do these maps look like? 5 spawns. The bomb's really forward next to these spawns. That's going to be a problem. And the train. Lots of water to bump them into. We can freeze the train. That'll solve a lot of headaches. And this turn, this mission is 1 turn shorter than normal. It's only 3 turns. And normally missions are 4 turns. So it's going to be an easy, quick mission to start off with. And we have a bunch of Leapers and Hornets, so the HP is not too bad. Although the problem is that these guys web. So wherever we go, we're going to have to make sure that Bethany doesn't get webbed. Or if Bethany does get webbed, then she can still hit the supply train with the ice generator. And we also have to worry about our own grid here. We have 4 threat on the board, but we can only take... We've only got 3 mechs. So we're going to have to arrange ourselves on deployment here in such a way as to bait out attacks into empty tiles. Like if I put the mirror mech up here, maybe this Hornet can just attack him directly, and we can just then move out of the way. That should be safe. This Leaper can't jump to this tile and web from this direction, so that's a safe deployment. Bethany, you have 3 move, but you do fly. If you put her back here, this Leaper can't get in range to web. So she'll be free to move. Not that you can get webbed with a shield. It's been a couple months since I played. Can you get webbed if you have a shield up? I should know this. I've done runs with Frozen Titans before with Bethany. It's just completely escaping my memory here. Alright, okay, what's the danger if we put her back here? Hornet could attack her, that's fine. It's also blocking this building from being attacked. So this is a decent spot to deploy if we're going to be here. With 3 move, you can easily freeze the train. And that should be okay. You won't get webbed. Now, this Aegis mech, should we just come down here and just group up, or should we leave this Aegis mech out here? Chances are very good that it's going to get webbed if we stick it here. But, because it flips the attack direction when it hits, as long as the Leaper doesn't land here and attack from this tile, from D5, attacking into C5, we can, you can bash it on this track tile, and we can bash it on here. But if he lands here, if we hit it, it'll flip and attack this building. So we want to deploy like that, so that if it does... Yeah, then the only other options are land behind, in which we can flip it, attack nothing, or land beside, in which we can flip it and it'll attack nothing. So that's a better deployment spot. You really need to be careful with how you deploy on this difficulty, I suspect. A few times in hard difficulty, you can, you know, have bad deployments and you put yourself in a really nasty position. Like, imagine if I did deploy here and the Leaper did land here. How am I supposed to dislodge that Leaper? Well, we have the mirror mech. With 3 move, it could get here, but the mirror mech could get webbed by this Leaper here. You can make it to that tile this turn. Or a Hornet could just stand here and block the mirror mech and I won't be able to move past it. And I don't have the mobility to get around back here, and it's not flying, so I can't just pass over the buildings. So this is a very bad deployment spot. It kind of guarantees like a building damage or mech damage just before we even begin the battle. So we're definitely going to be deploying here. which leaves... there's a possibility that 2 of these Leapers are going to attack this train. The ice is only going to protect it against 1 attack. And it moves last. So if a Leaper attacks it, breaks it out of the ice, and there's a Leaper standing on the track, the train will then move and destroy itself. So we have to make sure to deal with both Leapers if they both attack that, meaning 1 of these Hornets, or actually 2 of these Hornets, because Bethany's going to be freezing the train. Her move is already decided. You know, pretty much, like 99%, she's going to be freezing the train. And then we have to find some way to deal with 2 threat on the train from these Leapers if they both go for it. Leaving these 2 Hornets free to do whatever they want. Hopefully they'll attack my mechs, in which case I can just move and they'll attack empty spots. But if they end up attacking this building here, I can't stop them. And there's also this Scion who is going to just move to block us. It might just walk right up to this tile right here, block us from moving forward. And we don't want to deploy here and attack this way, because that'll push whatever lands here to attack this building into that building. So I think this is the best deployment for the mirror mech. Even if the Scion blocks it, it'll still be able to move at least here and attack anything in this row. But if the Leaper lands here, that won't help though, because it'll just push it against the map edge and it'll still end up hitting the train. So really, okay, that's fine if there's nothing blocking the train. If there is something blocking the train, then we absolutely have to kill it. So already I'm seeing a really big problem, and we haven't even started the battle here. How is this mirror mech going to be helpful? If you deploy him here to shoot something on this tile, it's just going to shoot backwards and hit this building. So we can't do that. Should we swap? Have him here, that way he can shoot backwards into nothing. It'll push a Leaper that's lands here. It'll push it away, freeing up the path on the train. And then the Aegis mech, now that this tile is no longer accessible to these guys, we can deploy him here. And then if a Leaper lands here, whether it attacks us or the train, it doesn't matter. That's only going to be 1 threat. We can either flip it and freeze the train so it won't move. We could also, if this tile is free, and if this tile is, no, that tile won't be free. I was thinking if the Leapers land on this tile, C4 and D4, then the mirror mech can move here and push them. That'll do 2 damage to one, 1 damage to the other. That'll set up attack, or set up a kill for the Aegis mech. But we can't do that because if something lands here, we can't move through there. We'd have to be here and hope that nothing lands in these 2 tiles. Which case, we'd have to move back here. This is a puzzle. This is more of a puzzle game than it is a tactics game. I've maintained that ever since this game came out. It's far more puzzly than tactics, which is fine. You know, scratching your head over a puzzle can be fun. We are like 9 minutes into this battle, and we haven't even clicked deploy yet. So this is kind of... I hope this isn't going to set the pace, but it might. We have to be really careful with our moves here. We also want to stay close to the Vec. The closer we are to the Vec, the more likely they're going to see us as priority targets and not these buildings or the train. Well, unfortunately, this Leaper is like adjacent, so he's almost absolutely going to be going after this train. I mean, not always. It's not guaranteed. It's not that simple, but it's just... it tends to be they go after the closer targets. This Sleeper, if he lands here, attacks one of these buildings, that's going to be a problem. because no matter how we attack him with the Aegis mech, he's going to flip and attack another building. And we don't really have any way to block that unless we get Bethany here. That'll block it from jumping there. And he can't leap up and web her. He can't do diagonal attacks. So Bethany might have to be back here then. That'll give her free movement to just move to the side here, freeze the train. And we just have to hope that the Leapers don't both move here, and these Hornets don't both block these tiles. This Hornet... The problem with these guys is they have such... I think this is going to be an okay deployment. Let's go for it. Alright, 20 minutes in, mission start. Okay. We can freeze the train, that'll prevent the, No, we can't freeze it. We have to get rid of this Hornet. Because this is what I was saying. This train is going to act last. It's going to act after this Hornet breaks it out of the ice. So we can either freeze the Hornet and get rid of this Leaper, which we can kind of do that. We can push the Leaper out of the way. That'll free up the path. Then we can freeze the Hornet. That'll prevent the damage. But then we have this Hornet here. We're only going to do 1 damage to it. It's going to get pushed back, hit this building for 1 grid damage. That's not good. If we use Bethany as like a blocker to get that push, once you get knocked into like a solid object, you take 1 damage. But that will pop our shield, and that means nothing's going to freeze the train or the Hornet. So we can't do that. The Aegis mech is just going to have to free itself. This Leaper does 5 damage, it'll kill it, so... Or does it need to free itself? Because I can freeze the Leaper, that'll get rid of the web, that'll free up the Aegis mech to move here, that'll kill the Hornet. And we're just gonna have to take the 1 grid damage, I think. We'll freeze 1 enemy, kill 1 enemy. We're gonna have this guy at 1 HP, Hornet at 1 HP, plus 1 new enemy, and the Scion. It's probably better to freeze enemies than the train, at least this turn, because even if we do manage to deal with this Hornet somehow, which I can't see because this mirror mech is also webbed, enemies that are on the field that are frozen still count against the maximum cap of enemies that can actually appear. I think it's only 6. You can have 6 enemies on the board. After that, none more will spawn. I think that's the plan. We can basically take this guy out of the fight. It's effectively killing him. Actually, it's better than killing him because it gives another target for the Vek to go after. The Vek like trying to free their allies from ice. So it might get one of these... It might get this Hornet to come over and like hit him out of the ice. In which case, it's not a threat that's going after, you know, us or a building or the objective. So yeah, it's better to freeze than kill. So we're gonna freeze him. Did I... Okay, that's the only one that moved. That frees up the Aegis mech. That's going to be a kill on the Hornet. Oh, I guess they also explode into fire when they die. Interesting. I forgot about that little effect. Right, this will push the Leaper out of the way. Train can move forward. Unfortunately, this... We're going to have to take the 1 grid damage from this Hornet. This Leaper is going to attack before the train moves, so this is fine. Alright, it's not a perfect island. The first turn of the game, it's not a perfect island. Not perfect island, sorry, a perfect run. We don't have the maximum score on this run already. Right, this bouncer, you don't have a lot of options. That's good. I also don't have a lot of options here. Like, I can kill the Scion. That'll end up doing 1 damage to myself. I don't really want to do that right now. I can freeze the Leaper. Yeah, move here. Freeze the Leaper. That saves the train. Move the Miramac out here. Kill the Hornet. And then I guess start working on this bouncer. Or I can kill the Scion. It's probably not an issue if I leave the Scion alive. It can only, like, block. And at 2 HP, the Aegis Mech can end up killing it. Is there another move I can make? Can the Aegis Mech make it back here? No, it can't. So it'd have to be Bethany to freeze the Hornet. But then what is going to happen here? The Aegis Mech can move here, kill that Leaper. And then you can do 1 damage to the bounce, to the Scion. You can't block anything. Is that better? It does mean my Aegis Mech is going to be way out of position. Way on the edge of the map here, away from these spawns. Train's going to be here next turn. With only 4 move, I won't be able to respawn. So this is a bad spot. I need to stay more central in the map. So we are going to stick with our plan. The Miramac is on the edge here, but it can move over and shoot... No, the train's going to be here. So it can move... It can shoot this tile only. Or anything in this tile. The bouncer is going to move to these 2 tiles. One of these 2 tiles. Which does not help the Miramac. It would have to be up to the Aegis to stop it. But with flipping attack direction, that still won't help, though. Because if I flip the attack direction, this bouncer, when it attacks, it pushes itself back a tile. So it will end up pushing itself into the train. Whereas if it's in this tile here, and it attacks, it'll push itself into the water. And if I ice the train can be protected. I don't think it's going to be in this tile. It might be smart enough to avoid that, but not... I've seen bouncers drown themselves pretty frequently, so it might just go here. And we're going to have 2 more enemies at the end of this turn. So we're definitely going to want to deal with these 2 things. Kill them or freeze them. That way we only have 3 threat to deal with. We can deal with that, hopefully. The Miramac might be a bit useless next turn, though. It should be fine. Or do I block, so we only have 2 threat? Do I attack? Or do I block? Kill the Scion? Has the fire been an issue for us? Unfortunately, we can't block this tile. This is going to be the bad spawn because it'll be able to move around like here, possibly, in which case the Miramac won't be able to shoot it because it'll just push it into the train. Or it won't kill it if it attacks this building from this tile. Whereas if I'm here, I might... It'll prevent the bouncer from moving. If I kill the Scion, the bouncer can then only move to this tile here, in which case the Miramac can just shoot it and push it out of the way. So yes, let's kill the Scion. Okay, another bouncer. 2 more bounces. Alright, nothing webs. Okay. This guy's a problem. If we flip him, he's just going to bounce into the building. If we shoot him, he's just going to get pushed here and attacking the train. I can ignore this guy. If I flip this guy, he'll end up bouncing into the train. I can freeze the train to give it like 1 hit worth of damage. Or I could freeze... No, I have to freeze the train or push this guy out of the way. Like diagonal, or not diagonally, sideways. In which case, the mirror mech, you can do it. You can push him this way. And then I can freeze this bouncer. That'll save the building. And the Aegis mech can just do whatever he wants. Doesn't matter. I won't be able to get a kill for the experience. I would like some more kills here to get our pilots leveled up. So, freeze him. We can ignore him. Push him out of the way. That leaves the Aegis mech to do whatever he wants. Which is nothing useful. At only 2 damage, it can't kill anything. Nothing's going to have 1 more damage. It's going to have 2... Or this thing is going to have 3 HP. Pushed here. Attacking here. If I move the Aegis mech here and flip the attack direction, he'll end up attacking this mountain and push himself into me for another damage. That's good. That's enough to kill. We can get 4 experience out of this. Yeah, it's a problem. Wait, who goes first? Oh, the bouncer attacks first. Okay, this shouldn't be a problem still. It should be okay, because I flip the attack direction. It's going to do 1 damage to hit me. And it's not going to push me. Right, I was worried it was going to push me into this tile, but no. I'm just going to take the bounce damage, that's it. So this is safe. It's only going to be 1 HP off. That's fine. Yeah, and that'll kill it, giving us 4 XP, and the train's safe. Alright, job done. There we go. Once we actually got past deployment, it kind of sped up there. Unfortunate grid damage, but we do get 2 grid for every, you know, power reward here, so we can recoup that pretty easily. And now this one with no water to save us, and yeah, that's a lot of building threat forward. The Rainfield bombs. Our deployment sucks. Our deployment zone is going to be awful. We're going to be split between this mountain in the middle here. And I really do want the reputation. Because, okay, if we do this one, we can only get 2 more rep. That's going to put us 4 reps, 6 rep from the corporate HQ. That's going to be 2 power cores. Or 1 item and 1 power core, but we really want the power cores. Definitely want the gain shield on this thing. Ideally, we want the extra damage here. We could really use some more mobility, extra move on like all of our mechs, basically. But with 2 reactor core, we can get the shield and the damage. Or we can just get the +1 damage and do 3 damage. That will let us kill the non-alpha versions of pretty much everything that we're going to be facing. Actually, that would be everything that we're going to be facing. Yeah, leapers. We can kill alpha leapers in one go if we get the +1 damage instead of the shield. But alpha leapers aren't so much of an issue if you can flip their attack direction. Still, either way... Okay, if we do this one and somehow fail both objectives, what are we then looking at? We're going to be looking at 2, 3, 4. That's only a single reactor core. No, 5. It's still only a single reactor core. Whereas if we do this one, that's going to be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4. No, yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, no, it's the same way either way. We just end up not doing the perfect island. If you successfully accomplish all of your objectives on every mission, you get a perfect island reward, which can be either... you have a choice, I think, between a pilot, equipment, and, like, grid. Extra grid power. So that's either 3 reputation equivalent or 2 reputation equivalent. So we might just want to do this mission here, because it's an easier objective, and go for the perfect island reward rather than risk this mission here with these brownfield bombs. These things are only going to have 1 HP. This seems like the much harder mission, especially considering our deployment is so bad. Whereas this one, we do have lightning storms that'll help us kill enemies. We have shields already up. The deployment zone isn't as bad. We might just go for the low reputation and bank on getting that perfect island reward. Did I say the perfect island gives us a reactor core? No, it's a choice between pilot, equipment, grid defense, which is 2 reputation, not 3. But still, we need another piece of equipment for this mirror mech. This Janus cannon I don't rate very high. Yeah, we're gonna play it safe. We're on unfair difficulty, we gotta play it safe. Okay, just 2 regular leapers. These bouncers are annoying, 4 HP. But these leapers, the mirror mech can kill them. How are we deploying, though? Sleeper... Bouncer here. If a bouncer lands here, how can I deal with that? I can freeze him from this tile. Nothing can web Bethany. This leaper... If a leaper lands here and webs, like, one of these, and the Aegis mech gets webbed... Okay, if the Aegis mech gets webs, like, twice... No, okay. If the Aegis mech gets webbed, as well as the mirror mech, what's going to have to happen is... I'm going to have to use the Aegis mech to kill whatever is in this, the leaper in this tile, if it lands here. And then use the mirror mech... Unless it lands here, in which case I'd be pushing it into there. This might not be a good deployment right there. This might be better, because the leaper will have to land here, in which case I can just push him here, that's fine. And I'll be shooting nothing in the back. If this Aegis mech gets webbed here, that's also fine, I can just hit it. But it does leave this bouncer here. If this bouncer attacks one of these 2 buildings... How am I going to free that? How am I going to prevent the threat? If this lane is free, I can shoot it. But if it lands here, it'll just get pushed and attack this building. I don't like these double threat arrangements on these buildings here, because you have to push them 2 tiles, or they... if you push or pull only 1 tile, they still hit something, that's bad. It could also just go after this building that it started beside, which has a shield generator, in which case we can ignore it. For this turn, at least. We also have these lightning storms. Lightning will strike 4 spaces every turn, killing any unit. So that's going to happen at the start of the enemy's turn. It could also land on our own mechs, in which case if they're webbed, we need to free them and move them. They won't be able to free themselves. Someone else will have to do the freeing so they can then move out of the lightning strike area. I'm pretty sure it will kill them even if they are frozen, so we can't use that to save them. Is there anywhere else that this Aegis mech can go, though? Like, if you move it in the back here for whatever reason, Bethany gets opened to a webbing potential there. I think we have to... Unless we keep Bethany back here, which still puts her in range of the coal plant. That's our objective this battle. You gotta protect this thing. And then, what does that do for us? The Miramac will be safe from being webbed. It can move to this line, attack anything in this direction. We might have to ice one of these buildings, in which case Bethany can still do that. This bouncer is going to be attacking this coal generator. Almost certainly. And he's probably going to be doing it from this tile. In which case we'd have to freeze him. Because we can't get back there to shoot him, right? Unless 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. We could flip the attack direction, but then he'd just bounce into it. Because he pushes himself when he attacks. So that's not going to work. We'd have to freeze him. That's going to have to be Bethany. In which case, this bouncer over here, attacking up this way, if you flip the attack direction, it's just going to bounce into one of these buildings. So it's going to have to be the Miramac to push if he lands in this tile. But then, what if he lands here? What are we going to do? We'd have to freeze him. So we have 2 targets that we're going to want to freeze this turn. We only have 1 person to freeze with. And we can't push enough because the Aegis mech only flips. It doesn't push. So we have to bait out the attack, hopefully. Or hope that it attacks this building here. Okay, like just like that, that's fine. Okay. This guy's gonna push himself. No, that's not gonna happen. The lightning's gonna strike first. So this guy's still gonna be alive. We need to move out of here. But we can eliminate 2 threat here. The one time that this actually comes into play, we can kill both leapers. And do 1 damage to the sign here. That will free up the Aegis mech to do something then. 4 move. He can move here and block, attack this, flip it, but then what does that do? That won't do anything because he'll just bounce back into the building. So we'd have to freeze this bouncer. This bouncer gets frozen. Which then means... just do the 2 damage to this bouncer this turn? And then kill it next turn? The shield generator is going to eat the hit, regardless. This is the best move for the mirror mech, I'm pretty sure. So I can't see any other viable move that's going to push it into the building if I attack from this direction. So yeah, move here. Just kill all this stuff. And it's gonna have to be this way, yeah. So that's... oh, actually cancel the attack. Right, because of the dust, okay. So that shield is still gonna be there next turn, that's good. And we only have 1 more spawn. And it did open up this building, though. It's a new attack direction. And we got a lot more spawns here. This thing is dead. Lightning is going to strike that. Miramac, can you do anything useful? You can push this guy. But then what is that going to do? It's going to push him here. He'll attack nothing. And push himself to block this tile. So we get one block there. You can freeze this bouncer here. And the Aegis mech... In fact, that'll end up killing... Yeah, he's going to be at 1 HP, and the block damage is going to do the final blow. This guy's going to die from the lightning. Right? It should. Killing any unit, even... Yeah, it's got the skull and crossbones, so that should be a kill, even through the ice. And then you can just block that one. So we're going to have... So it's going to be dead. He's frozen. He's frozen. This is going to be blocked. We're going to have one more enemy come up, in which case Bethany can just freeze him. This is safe? No one's standing on lightning? Okay. It'd be nice to get that shield, but it's going to have to do. If we had the shield upgrade, we could, take the damage on it. Alright, just an Alpha Hornet. That's not too big of a deal. And these two guys are going to come up on fire because we, killed things there. You can continue blocking. Should we finally kill off this Scion? Freeze the Hornet. Unfortunately, we can't make it here with the Mirror Mech. And this is going to be 2 turns. 1 turn after this. This spawn is going to go away next turn. And we're only going to have to deal with 3 enemies, and we should be in a decent position to respawn. Yes, I think this works. I have to freeze him from this tile, though. I'd like to be closer, but this will have to do. I can still end up going to this tile and freezing anything that comes up here, or the generator, the coal plant itself. So that should be a safe move. And you can just repair. Alright, hopefully one of these things is going to be a leaper. Like just a regular leaper. No, bouncers, hornets. Okay, if we do damage to this tile, it's going to break and he's going to fall through. Also, he's just attacking the building with a shield on it, so that doesn't matter. We can kill this hornet. Do 1 damage there. Then follow up for another 2 damage. The fire will then kill it, giving us 4 experience. Or do we want to concentrate on this guy? How do we get... Is there any possible way we can kill both the Hornet and this Bouncer? Can't do it that way. We're just going to shoot the coal plant. That's bad. If we hit him this way, it's going to be 1 damage plus 1 for the fire. He's going to be at 2 HP. And I don't have the movement to get to this tile to finish him off, so that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I need 5. And then we can ignore this Hornet. I don't think we can get both kills. We're just going to have to go for the 6 HP on these 2 Hornets that this guy bounce off the shield. Or, in fact, I could just freeze him. If I really wanted to, for some reason. Or I could freeze the Aegis mech so he doesn't take fire damage. I think that's probably the play. It's not, the fire damage isn't going to kill him, but like just to be safe. I don't want to lose a pilot. It's not going to bounce. He's on fire. Yeah, okay, that's fine. This is safe. Yes. The fire will kill him, so it doesn't matter that his attack direction is going to get flipped. And can we put you out? Yes, okay. You're not going to do anything. You're dead. And I think that's the mission. Yep. That should be... Yep, that's job done. As soon as this lightning's done. Alright, what do we have here? End the battle with less than 4 mech damage. We can do that. We haven't gotten a time pod yet. 3. What's this map looking like? Okay, we have a couple of buildings that are rigged to explode. And then only 3 buildings to protect. Less than 4 mech damage. I think we can do that. We don't have a lot of HP to tank with, so we're not going to be taking very many hits to begin with. I think we can get this one. Okay, I'm noticing a pattern with these 5 spawns at the start. It's always a scion. So it's being somewhat lenient on us, and it's not giving us 5 threat to deal with. It's only giving us 4. So we have to like engineer some way to get like a double threat. Take care of 2 threat at once. With our first turn. This Leaper can attack any of these buildings, but can only attack these 2 deployment tiles. This Leaper, however, can attack basically whatever it wants. As well as this Hornet. There's no double threat in arrangements on these buildings, so this Hornet is going to be less effective. We could try to bait it out by stacking. No, if we do this one, it's going to move here, attack this way, and end up attacking the mirror mech. So we don't want to stack that way. What about this way? Then it can move here and attack that way. Same with this one, it can move here, attack here, or here. If it moves here, then we can just blow the building. In which case, we could put the mirror mech here. That'll prevent it from moving to this tile. Leaving the only, like, double threat vector is this tile here. Which we can just explode. That does... kill. That's just straight up kills. Okay. And the ice mech. Where are you gonna go? What are you gonna do? What's your plan? Web one of these 2? Web the bouncer, maybe? Just stay central? Unless you want to go here, in which case we might bait out the Hornet to land in this tile. But then we risk getting webbed. I think that corner? It's either this corner, this tile here, or that corner up here. Those are the only tiles that are safe from this Leaper. And I'm not... Again, I'm not sure if the shield protects you from getting webbed. If it does, then like I can place her anywhere. But in the meantime, if I put her here, the Hornet can attack this way. Get double threat, in which case we can just blow the building. That's fine. This is a decoy building. It doesn't count. There's no population in it. And this will keep us closer to the middle of the map. That way we can ice more things. 1, 2, 3. So we can end up icing down this line. And that Hornet... Yeah, okay, this looks like a good deployment. Okay, we can blow the building. That'll kill this hornet. But now we have a problem. This lineup right here. So what can we do? We can deliver 2 damage to this alpha hornet, 1 damage to this bouncer. It doesn't free the Aegis mech. He can free himself, but then, like, what is he gonna do? I could freeze this sleeper. But then how do I deal with this bouncer? Because even if I somehow manage to get past him, past the sleeper, which I can't, and flip him, he's still just going to bounce into the building. If I can't get this leaper out of here. I can't push him. If I could have pushed him, then I could use the mirror mech, hit this bouncer, that'll hit this leaper at least. That'll end up killing that hornet. But I need to move out of the way first. So instead, I could freeze the hornet here. Not the hornet, the bouncer. Then what am I doing with this sleeper? Attack that way. There's no damage. I can't get damage on it. What am I doing? What am I going to do about this? What am I doing about this sleeper? If I freeze this sleeper, then what? Then I can't deal with this bouncer. I can kill this sleeper at least. Do 2 damage here. Get the mirror mech. That'll finish him off. Do 1 damage to the bouncer. This bouncer does only do 1 grid damage, whereas this leaper is going to end up doing 2 grid damage. So if we're going to be killing anything, if we're going to be taking a hit on our grid, we want it to be this bouncer. So we're definitely going to be freezing this leaper. That's the only way to deal with this thing. We can kill this guy, and we can put this guy at 2 HP for an easy kill next turn, which means we only have to deal with the bouncer and whatever comes up here. He'll be frozen. This hornet will be dead from the building. Is that right? I probably want to do this stuff before I somehow bounce anything into that. Just, there's no possibility of it, but, you know, just to be safe. Also, who do I want the experience on? Do I want it on my mirror mech pilot? Or Bethany? No, I can't do it on Bethany. This is actually a problem for Bethany. She's not getting all that much experience because she's not killing. She's only getting, like, bleed over experience from, like, environmental deaths. Yeah, she's only at 6 out of 25. Whereas you're 13... They're both at 13, so it doesn't really matter who gets the kill. Neither one of them are closer to a level up. And freeze. Alright, that's going to be 1 grid damage. Okay, we can ignore this guy. We can stand here, block, kill him. We can stand here, block. And then we can... Actually, do we want to kill him? If we freeze him, that's going to be another target on the board for the Vec to go after. It does deprive us of experience, though. But what else is this Ice Mech going to do? What else is Bethany going to do? I can freeze one of my own mechs to prevent the block damage. That's a possibility. I could also, if I freeze this building, this bouncer's going to block for me. In which case I can block this tile and kill the Scion. And then just block this tile here and... Oh, I don't want to do that. Yeah, freeze the building. The bouncer's going to push himself, block that tile. We're not going to have any new spawns next turn. It does mean that we're not going to have any more damage on this guy, though. And we can't, like, freeze and then, like, move back here and shoot, because then he's going to end up hitting the building. And I can't flip his attack direction. And I don't want to kill him because I want to block. But is there a difference between blocking and killing? If I block, that's one fewer enemy. If I kill him, that's one fewer enemy. There's no effective difference, but... Well, we get something... We get, like, an alpha coming in. Hey, Gary, guess what? That was a bug all along. What do you mean by that? Also, hey, what's up? Nice to see ya. Just doing some unfair difficulty into the breach here. And we're... Actually, we're not in very much of a pickle. We're kind of picking our luxury here. So, block here, we can kill either one of these things. If we kill the bouncer here, we get a tile on fire here, which prevents something from, you know, standing there attacking, at least not without getting, you know, set on fire. Then, I mean, I could still freeze the Scion, or I could freeze one of my mechs to prevent it from getting damaged. Unfortunately, I can't freeze this guy. Whatever we're fighting, are they bugs? Yes, these are bugs. They're the Vec. They're very bug-like. Actually, no, wait. They got 8 legs. That's not a bug. That's an arachnid. This bouncer is a spider, not a bug. This thing's a bug, though. It's only got 6. Okay, what were we doing? We were deciding on who we're going to kill. If we're going to kill. There's no way I can get damage on this thing without blowing up. Actually, no, there is a way I can get damage on this thing. Just move here, block. If I kill him, then ice the building, that'll give me... Yeah, that'll prevent the damage. So I can get 1 extra damage on this thing. That's probably better than just icing the building. Blocking, I'd have a 2 HP scare or bouncer plus a 3 HP. This way I'd only have a 2 HP and whatever comes out of here, which could have up to 5 hit points. So it could also just be a 1 HP leaper. Or a 2 HP hornet. It's kind of a gamble then. What's going to have more total HP if we let this thing... If we kill this thing now? Let's see. This is 3 turns away. So if we block all 3 of these spawns this turn, there's still going to be 2 more spawns next turn, plus these 3 are going to stick around. So there's going to be 5 potential spawns on going from turn 2 to turn 1. But if we can stay here, we might be able to just keep blocking some of them. I think blocking all 3 is the better option here. We can at least kill the Scion. Right? Yeah. And you're just gonna stay where you are. Okay, this guy... I don't have to worry. That's not even going to kill the decoy building. That's only going to do 1 damage. And then I could just freeze this guy and keep blocking these 2 tiles. I move here. That'll block. That'll kill him at least. It's still going to do 1 damage to this decoy building, but that's fine. Freeze him. He's dead. Only 2 threat to deal with. I could also just detonate this building and kill him. In which case, it's still just 2 threat to deal with. And it becomes a question of which tile do I want to block. Do I want to be in this position here, where the only enemies come up on this side of the map, and they're 1 tile further? Or do I want to let this thing come up and... I might get put in an awkward position, like, between these 2 buildings. But then if I'm here, that's just 3 tiles away. I probably want to save this decoy building just in case. In which case, yeah, just kill this thing, freeze that, block these 2 tiles. And you'll be fine. You'll be on 1 HP. You can repair. We do have to watch out for our mech damage here. That's the objective. Alright, and this is not an issue. We can freeze this Hornet, and then we can kill this Sleeper. That'll give us 3 XP. So who wants it? Probably Thu? The Mirror Mech? So deliver... Oh wait, can I kill him? No, I have to be here. Because I want to be here when I shoot. That'll put... Ooh, wait, no, hold on. How much damage is that going to do to me? So I'm at 3 mech damage right now. It's less than 4, so we can go up to 4. 4 damage is acceptable. We just can't exceed 4. So if I... Yeah, okay, I have to attack from this tile. Because if I attack from this tile, it's going to hit the building. If I attack from this tile, it's going to hit the building. And I don't have the movement to get to this tile. So the Aegis mech is going to have to be here. In which case, after the Mirror mech gets broken out, it'll move here, attack this way, and push the Leaper into the Aegis mech for 1 damage. It's only going to be 4 damage. We're still safe. We're still fine. Bethany already moved, so I can't freeze myself to, tank the damage. But that should be fine. We do have a reset if it somehow isn't. So flip, that'll break him. And deliver... Okay. No, what am I thinking? Less than 4. What? Less than? It's a good thing we had this reset. But yeah, like... No, I'm thinking of... What? Is there some other objective that has, like... you can go up to the number but not exceed it? There's gotta be that. I must have been thinking of that. Alright, so, different plan. Different plan, just flip this thing. Just flip it. That'll end up attacking this direction, that'll be nothing. And then freeze the Hornet. Yeah, okay, we can't get the kill. Unfortunately. But we can repair just to be super safe. Can't believe I even read it out, didn't I? I read it out. Take less than 4 damage. Oh, that means we can take 4 damage, right? Because we can't exceed 4. Ugh, idiot. Well, we did get the objective at least, so... Alright. Oh, it's a Terraformer mission. This might actually be possible. What's it looking like, though? Alpha Leaper to start with. We got some water to push people into. We got a bunch of double threat clusters back here. We haven't had a time pod yet on this island. That's unfortunate. Maybe we're going to get the time pod on this one, have a 4 objective mission. On a time pod on a terraformer mission is probably going to land within the terraformer zone, so we're going to have to secure that. This will put us at 5 rep, 7 rep at the corporate HQ. We don't need this extra rep because we can't get anything out of it unless we want to buy grid defense, which we're not going to. I mean, I don't think there's any store discounts. They took that out. They removed the discounted store item. So that 7th rep is going to be useless. We're going to have to just ditch it at the end of the island. So rather than risking this hard difficulty mission, it's a terraformer though, so it's not going to be as hard. I think we should probably just do this one. Destroy 2 egg sacs. Sandstorm, that's going to cover the map with smoke. The objective building is pretty close to the edge, so that's going to be 2 turns. And they won't be able to attack from this side. 3 turns and they won't be able to attack it at all unless they have like ranged attacks, which they don't. There's no ranged units on this island. It's only bouncers, hornets, and leapers. That's all melee. So 3 turns, or even 2 turns, because it's going to happen at the end of this 1, 2, okay, 3 turns. In 3 turns, the coal generator is going to be safe. We do have these egg sacs to kill. I think they have 2 HP, or maybe just 1. And there's 5 spawns. 5 spawns, it's a kind of a choke point, but they have leapers and hornets so they can fly and jump over. It's probably still an easier mission, even with the terraformer, and we're gonna try for the perfect island. We're gonna want the perfect island reward. Okay, it's only 1 HP and we got a bunch of bouncers to start with. And that leaper. Bunch of bouncers. This one leaper can't go very far. He can jump here though, so if he just deploy there. Swap that. Cryomech. Maybe like this way, so we can just shoot the egg immediately. This bouncer can attack this tile here. Same with this one. And this Scion is moving first. Actually, it's going to be... The sandstorm's going to come in at this turn. Or the enemy turn... It happens on deployment. So it is only 2 turns before the coal generator or the coal plant is fully secured. And we're definitely going to want to get a shot on this egg sac immediately, because it's going to end up being in this smoke line, and I can't attack it through the building. So, Mirror Mech, 100% shooting this egg sac. Ice Mech, you're going to be freezing someone, probably this Leaper. And you are going to have to just push or bash and flip someone. It can't get behind us, so I think this is a good deployment. And we have a time pod, which means no one's going to stand there, at least. Okay. Sandstorm's going to come in. It's going to cancel this guy's attack. We can ignore him. The Sleeper didn't do anything. This guy... If we hit him, we can cancel his attack. But we have this guy here, which we can freeze. Freeze him. Cancel his attack. Shoot the egg. That leaves this Leaper here, which can jump here next turn. Do I want to move here? Ice from here so that this Leaper can't web her? next turn. It can jump here and web either my mechs or this building. It can also jump here because this egg is going to be dead. In which case, if I shoot him back with the mirror mech, it'll get pushed into this tile if the Scion is not still there. I will also have this guy. His attack's going to be cancelled, but he'll still be alive. Right? Environment 1. Yeah, environment always goes first. So I'm going to have 2 bouncers, a leaper, whatever comes out of here left to deal with, and a Scion on 1 HP. Plus this egg I'm going to have to kill eventually. If I stay here, this leaper can only web Bethany. And the shield, I still don't know if that shield prevents webbing. Shield blocks damage and negative effects, fire, freeze, and acid, etc. Negative effects. Webbed is a negative effect. Surely. I could also secure the time pod if I... But what would that get me? I move here and then I can't ice anything other than the coal generator. In which case I can't deal with this guy. So no, we're going to stay here. And if she can't get webbed, then good. It prevents the leaper from webbing one of these 2 guys. Okay. Just a hornet, that's fine. Hey. What is this? Does that not count as a negative effect? I guess not. Apparently not. In which case... I can flip. That'll free her. I can shoot. That'll kill the Scion, do 2 damage to that bouncer. Everything in this line is going to have their attacks cancelled, so this is not really an issue. Leaving me this guy, who is going to push him into the building here. And I can't attack from this direction. But I can stand here and pop the egg. But then Bethany, how are you getting out of here? I can't shoot this way because I'll end up hitting the building. I don't have the mobility to get around there. Smoke is blocking that. Okay, if I move here, I can destroy the egg. I'll end up hitting myself for 1, though. After that is done, Bethany will be free, which means that she can fly here, secure the time pod, but then what? She won't take damage this turn because of the shield, but I need that shield up so she doesn't freeze herself. That shield is the one that's preventing her from being frozen when she fires the cryo launcher. So, what's the mirror mech doing? I think that's kind of the question we have to answer here. There's really not a lot it can do. We do get power out of this mission, but it's going to be less score if we let this building get hit. But then how do we deal with this guy? I do not want this bouncer being freed. But I can't see any way to get a shot on him. Okay, if Bethany's free, how many moves? She has 3. That's going to be 1, 2, 3. That's not enough. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. It can only get to this tile. I can't shoot from this tile. 1, because it's, smoke. And 2, it's inside the minimum range for the cryo launcher. The best Bethany can do is get to the time pod and then freeze this leaper. And I still have to kill this egg sac next turn. Let's not forget that. And plus, like, this is just going to be a bunch of Vec left on the board. I can hit them, or put them all at 1 damage. Their attacks are all going to be cancelled. So they'll be at 1 HP each next turn, meaning the Mirror Mech can kind of help finish them off, but how many threat am I dealing with next turn? The Bouncer, that's going to be 1. This guy, 2. Leaper, 3. 4 for the Hornet, 5 for this Bouncer. Plus 6, whatever comes out of here. And I still have to kill this egg. I absolutely have to kill this egg next turn. Or even this turn. Like, I can kill the egg now. I can let Bethany take the hit on the shield. And it's going to be the end of the match, the end of the battle next turn, so it doesn't matter if she freezes herself. In fact, she might want to freeze herself because the Leaper might just end up attacking her. Or someone's going to end up attacking her. So get the damage on these guys so they're easier to kill next turn. Accomplish the objective. But then what are you doing this turn, Bethany? I can't double freeze this. That's not going to work. And that Leaper's inside the minimum range. I can freeze this building back here. If I... Okay, here's a thought. Hold on. If I attack from here, that's gonna cancel the Leaper's attack. That will... no, I can't. Because I'll end up hitting the building here. So I will have to attack from here. That'll cancel the Leaper's attack. Move the Mirror Mech here. Kill the egg. Do 1 damage to myself. That frees Bethany, who can stand here and then do what? Exactly? Nothing useful. Secure the time pod. And then, what? Freeze the Leaper? Freeze this guy? I mean, I get... Yeah, I mean, like, freezing him is probably better than leaving him alive. Because we'll have this Bouncer to deal with. Plus whatever comes out of here. That might be better. I need to free Bethany so I can freeze this Leaper, I think. Otherwise, Bethany's not going to be able to do a thing. She can freeze this building back here, but that's it. But then that does mean that we're not going to have extra threat. Bouncer, Hornet, they're going to be at full HP. At least we'd be accomplishing the objective. At the very least, the objective is going to be complete. This Bouncer's going to kill himself, though. He's bouncing into that mountain there. So we don't have to worry about him, at least. So it's going to be only 4 threat. Because the Leaper's going to be frozen. 1, 2, 3, yeah, 4. 4 threat versus 6. Yeah, much better option. Much better option. Let's go ahead, take care of that. Okay. That's probably the best turn we're gonna get. Minus that grid damage. That was just inevitable. Alright, this Bouncer's not gonna attack. In fact, I can probably just push this guy into the water. That's gonna be 4 experience for everyone. Or it's gonna be split, so 2, 1, 1. Freeze. Kill the Hornet. I think that works. Yeah. I mean, we don't need to freeze this guy, but... might as well, right? Okay, we're on the road to a perfect island here. We got the time pod. Heat engine. Standing on fire, removes fire and gives the mech boost. Interesting. No power core requirement. Yeah, it would have been nice to have this at the start of this island with that Scion dropping fire everywhere, and we get a reactor core. Okay, so there's no reason not to have that on. And shield or damage? Shield or damage, you think? Or mobility on someone, extra move. What's the leader? Centipede leader. Centipede leader. What's their special thing? I probably want a shield, right? That way you can block spawns. Or we can tank bouncer hits. Centipede leader. Okay, a regular centipede fires a projectile that does a 1x3 attack that applies acid. What special thing is this centipede leader gonna have then? Wider effect? Maybe like double, like a 2x3 area, or like a 1x5? Corporate tower is tucked away back here. That's good. How much HP do you have? How much HP is that? That's... Okay, it also applies acid in a line. Interesting. It's 7 HP? Okay. Nothing can threaten the corporate tower this turn, and this leaper can only web up that. So, AG's mech there, Mir mech here, you back here. If the leaper jumps here, we can just shoot him, push him into this mountain. If he jumps here, attacks this way, we can flip him. Or we can freeze him. If... Nope. This bouncer attacks here, what can we then do with this Aegis mech from back here? He's got 4 moves, so he can make it to this tile. Or he can make it to this tile. He might get locked in. If there's a... If the bouncer goes here, he'll get stuck. He'll only be able to move up this far. Whereas if the bouncer moves here, and this alpha moves to C3, attacks this building, I won't be able to attack through it. I can flip this bouncer to do 1 damage. I'd have to end up freezing one of them. And this leaper... The centipede, though. The centipede leader, what is he going to be doing? He can get a double threat here. And back here, too. So maybe I want to swap sides. Have the Aegis mech basically deal with the centipede leader so we can flip the attack direction. And the mirror mech could push or push in conjunction with the cryomech freeze. Maybe I should have gotten the extra damage on this thing, because that's... With 2 damage, I can then kill it with a push on these 3 HP enemies. Instead of getting the shield, I probably really should have gotten the damage. Should have been thinking about the damage thresholds rather than going for the obvious pick with the shield. We're gonna have to do it. Okay, immediately I see. We flip the attack direction. That'll end up killing the leaper, doing 3 damage to this bouncer and applying acid. Then, we can just shoot the bouncer here. Or we could freeze him. if we freeze him, then what is the mirror mech gonna do? Nothing. Because he can't, like, move. He doesn't have enough movement. And we're not gonna freeze the centipede leader because we need to kill him. But still, definitely flip him. He'll end up killing some enemies for us and putting acid on this guy. I mean, he'll almost kill him. We won't need the acid to kill him next turn because he's only going to have 1 HP. And then in the future, if I can keep this scion alive, I can use the fire caused by all these deaths because we got the heat engines. We just picked that up in the time pod. So we can boost our mechs by standing in fire. So let's keep this scion alive. Here's a possibility. I could shoot him to open up the way. That way, next turn, the mirror mech can move through. Freeze him afterwards so he's not in the fight anymore. And then... yeah, this Leaper's gonna be dead. Bouncer's on 1 HP. We're going to have a little bit of damage on the centipede here. This guy's going to be frozen. So only 3 threat to deal with. And the Aegis mech can just flip. Unless he attacks this way, in which case if I flip him, he'll end up hitting this building here. But I can ice it. I can freeze it next turn. So push him out of the way. Freeze him. Flip him. And they're all dead. Well, not all dead, but they're almost all dead. We gotta level up. Okay, that's fine. Actually, that's not fine. Because how do we flip him? We'd have to kill this bouncer first to get into this tile, because I don't want to stand... well, I can't even get there because the scion's in the way. What did you get? Masochist, which is... the less HP it has, the more movement you get. Okay, we can kill the Hornet, but that'd end up freeing this bouncer. What are you going to do? What is the Aegis mech going to do? I can kill the bouncer here, but then I'd have to freeze the centipede. But I don't want to freeze the centipede, I want to kill it. With 5 HP, it's going to take 3 more attacks from the Aegis mech to kill, and we only have 3 turns to do it. But we have to do something with it because it's going to end up doing 4 grid damage to us. So, do I instead freeze this bouncer? I won't be able to move through him, though. I'm stuck. Will this give me the boost? Yes, it will. Okay, because I don't have to be on fire. I just have to stand on fire. But the boost doesn't help me this turn. Mirror mech. Mirror mech. What are you doing? You're basically killing that Hornet? Is that really the only thing it can do? I can, like, hit the building, or the mountain for one. That won't destroy it, that'll only crack it. And that's not gonna help me anyways. If I freeze the Hornet, then the mirror mech still can't do anything. This mirror mech is in a really bad spot. Like, this choke point here is just filling up. I can kill that bouncer. I want to keep this guy alive because I want the fire to boost with. I'm gonna have to freeze the centipede. There's no other way about it. Centipede has to be frozen. Kill the Hornet, kill the bouncer. Yeah. It's gonna have to be this way. At least this way I can now boost. Next turn, I can just walk here, boost, and hopefully, like, the Beck will break it out, or I can get a shot on that somehow. Come on, Bouncer. Free your buddy. Free the leader. Okay, good. Okay, that's not good. I can ice the Leaper. Actually, no, I can just shoot. No, I can't shoot. I definitely can't shoot because that'll end up doing 2 damage to the grid there. I can go here and block and do 1 damage to this Bouncer here. Then I can freeze with the shield, but I don't want to do that. Not freeze, I can block with the shield. Freeze the Leaper. This will give me the boost for next turn. That'll do 2 damage. After... okay, hold on. Can I break this Centipede out on my own attack and let the Bouncer... Okay, because right now it's going to do 1 damage because of the push. It's going to break him out of the ice and push him in the mountain for 1 damage. If I free the Aegis mech... No, you have to end your turn. You have to end your move in the fire to get the boost. Unfortunately, boost is kind of useless. That's only +1 attack, and we don't do damage on this mech. Still. Free the Aegis mech. Freeze the Leaper. Aegis mech moves here, gets boosted. That'll be 3 damage next turn. If I shoot this way, I'm going to block, do damage there. He's going to acid himself when he pushes himself into the acid. That'll be 2 damage. Or 2 HP left there. He'll be free, -1 HP. I'll be boosted, doing 3 damage next turn. And then I only have to, like, get the mirror mech to shoot him once. I think it's gonna have to be this way. Unless I spend the boost now to break him out of the ice. If I do that... He's gonna take 2 damage. Okay, he's gonna take 1 extra damage, which is how much I do 1 extra damage next turn. So there's no difference. There's really no difference. Yeah, whether I use the boost now or next turn, it's still gonna be +1 damage. Because this Bouncer is only going to do 1 damage to him if he's broken out of the ice. So he'll be on 3 HP next turn. Okay, if I don't break him out of the ice, he'll be on 4 HP, in which case I do 3 damage to him, then he's on 1 HP. Meaning the mirror mech is going to have to finish him off. If I do break him out of the ice, he's going to be on 3 HP. Aegis mech is going to do 2 damage. He's going to be on 1 HP, which means the mirror mech has to finish him off. Either way, it's the same. So... just... spend it? Sure. Alright, can we do... If we had the boost, we could have done it. You're stuck there in the smoke. Can I attack this way? That'll push me into the building. That's still not going to be enough. If I attack here... That's going to be 1 damage. That'll push you into range of the the Aegis mech. That'll finish him off. I can then move here, freeze the Bouncer, and then the Hornet. Okay, also the Hornet. The Hornet's gonna do 2 damage as well. Okay, so the Hornet's gonna do the damage for us, which means I can kill this Bouncer for 3 experience. Is that gonna be enough to level up? Yes, it is. Kill the Bouncer for 3 experience. Shoot him once. Push him into here. The Hornet attacks this tile for 2 damage. That's a dead leader. This guy's going first, though, so I can't. I can't, because he's going to do 4 grid damage to me. I have to use the Aegis mech to kill him. In which case, freeze this Bouncer so that I don't get pushed into the building. And then the Hornet is just going to pop the shield. We're not going to take any damage. We're not going to get pushed. That's safe. And this guy's not going to attack anything. Okay. We got it. Perfect island. What's our promotion on this pilot? Masochist. Invulnerable. Does not die when the mech is defeated. Okay, that's not the best. Morgan Lejeune. Mech gains boosted on a kill. That's really good. And then we also have the flood drill here. Convert any liquid tile to a hole, spreading liquid to adjacent tiles. We've had this before. It seems very good on paper, but like the opportunities to use it are very limited. Extremely limited. I think I'd much rather have the +1 damage on the boost on this pilot than like the Masochist pilot, especially on this mirror mech. Oh wait, when it says that the grid rewards are doubled on unfair, it even applies to these things? We're not going to get it though. We're absolutely not going to get it. We're going to be getting the pilot if anyone. Yeah, I think the flood drill, it's kind of a meme. You very rarely get to use this thing. The boost is much more reliable. And plus we haven't got this pilot before, so, you know, extra unlock, hooray. And we might as well keep you with invulnerable. That's a cool mask. It's an edgy mask. Oh, you know, I just took a closer look at it. I thought that this was like a transparent faceplate, and those were just like really weird buggy eyes that they had. No, but that's a solid mask. Okay, so it's slightly less edgy, but it's still kind of edgy. Right, okay. Rep. What do we have? All mechs gain +1 HP for 1 grid. We don't really need that. And heat converter. Freeze the tile in front, but light the tile behind on fire. We have the heat engine's passive, so we can use that fire for even more boosts. It's only a single reactor to get +1 power, and this does mean that if Bethany gets webbed again, she can just freeze whatever's webbing her. We get rid of that 1 tile dead zone on the ice gun, the cryo launcher. If we buy this, though, it means we're going to go down to 4 rep, and we can only afford a single reactor core, which we're going to be buying. And then what? We're going to have 1 rep. We can sell this pilot for 2 and buy networked armor, I guess? Do we get this heat converter? If we get conservative, we can get 3 uses out of it. I'm kind of holding out for an ice generator, though. If we can get the ice generator, I think we got this run in the bag. Okay, what do we need the extra reactor for? Definitely more damage. We very nearly lost that last mission because we just did not have the damage. Heat engines, there's no extra reactor stuff we need here, at least not for now. Like, extra mobility would be very nice. Extra damage, too. Drop the shield to get +1 damage. Are we going to be using this? Because it also produces fire for the boost. But it's only 1 use per battle. 1 use per battle. 2 uses with the reactor. So we're going to get 2 boosts out of it. That's if we're going to be keeping the heat engines passive. Two rep. We're gonna hang on to this pilot as a little reputation bank for next island. Unfortunately, it does mean that we're gonna lose a reputation unless we want to spend it on the grid defense. Get 6% grid defense. Like, we can't keep it, we can't carry it forward with us, so we might as well buy it if we do end up buying this heat converter, right? Because we don't have 2 things to sell. If we had 2 things to sell, we can get another reactor. And we're not going to be selling the heat engines because we're going to be buying something to use the heat engines with. Should we? What do we get for second reactor core? We get +1 damage. We can get a time pod on the next island. That'll give us +1 damage. This will give us +1 damage. This will give us +1 damage if we get the boost. And it gives some more utility to Bethany. The ice mech needs it. Just go there for now. And I guess buy the grid defense, because we have nothing else to spend this on. Okay. I need to get up for like 30 seconds, so we're gonna ruminate on what island we're gonna pick next. I will be right back. Just hang tight. Alright. I think we're doing detritus. I think we are going to do detritus. We get spiders as the next enemy, though. That's a lot more webbing. That's 2 webbing enemies. Or do they web? Do the regular spider webs web? Or is it just a leader that webs? What about archive? We get the... I forget what those things are. And then we get blobbers, not blobbers, crabs on Pinnacle. Also, I noticed 2 hours, almost 2 hours for that first island. Okay, we spent 20 minutes of it gabbing about our deployment, but sure. Okay, 1.5 hours per island. We're looking at... we're looking at running into our time limit today if we do all 4 islands unless I pick up the pace here. Okay. Damage is not going to be an issue on detritus. There's going to be a lot of acid. We did just upgrade our damage a little bit. And we got some extra boost. There's not going to be a lot of fire on detritus. In fact, I don't think there's going to be any fire on detritus. Regen Scion. Mosquitoes cause smoke. They drop smoke when they attack. That's going to be a problem. And archive, that Soldier Scion adding the HP. I think we're going to want to hold off on archive again, just because there's going to be so much hit points going around on that island. We want the extra damage on the Aegis mech first, I think. So yeah, we're going to do detritus. And what do we have? We have a free reactor core here. It's a high threat. We have an acid tank. That's going to help. Free reactor core, we need that. That's also 2 rep. 2 rep. 2, 4, 6, 8 for the corporate HQ, 9 for one of these other missions. Don't know what this is going to be. This is going to be another high threat mission. That might be a problem. And we're going to want the perfect island reward. So we might have to skip out on some of these missions. Defend the VIPs. There's no acid for us to use, but there's quite a bit of water. The Scion on this mission is the Blood Scion. It regens. Provides regeneration. So we're going to be wanting to kill that, unlike the Fire Scion, whatever it was called. Should we go for this? This is going to be... With the acid tank, our damage is going to be okay. We've got this line of buildings right here. That's a triple threat line. Which means that if an enemy lands in the middle, we can't push them either way without them hitting the building. We can flip them though. There's nothing... Yeah, this next row beside it is free, so we can flip them. We're starting with a Spider Alpha, which is going to be dropping eggs on the map, spawning little spider lanes for even more threat. Plus 5 spawns. Both 6 threat. One of them is going to be the Scion, most likely. That seems to be the pattern when you have like high spawns like this. I want that power core. Yeah, okay. At least these mosquitoes only have 2 HP. The scorpion can web our acid tank from the get-go, and these mosquitoes, they can drop smoke. This is going to be very annoying. Because it's not like getting webbed. That smoke persists, you know, throughout the whole battle. Alright, where are we deploying? If we do that, Bethany can ice anyone. This spider is going to web the acid tank. If this alpha spider... A sticky egg, it does web. It does web. Which means it's going to launch it right here. Web the ice mech, web the acid mech, or acid tank, and we've seen that the shield doesn't stop you from getting webbed. So, maybe here? That way the spider, if it shoots the egg here, it can only web... It's still going to end up webbing the building, but I don't think it... Does it take that into account? Because it doesn't do damage to the building, it just, you know, puts some webs on it. Where are we going to need the ice launcher? Probably... If we can freeze the spider... The alpha spider here first thing, we can stop it from spawning those eggs past, like, the first one. We're going to be needing to kill enemies, though. We have to kill 4. Which, we can kill 4. We don't have a lot of ice generating options. In fact, I could use our heat converter, freeze the egg. No, that doesn't solve anything. I need to freeze the spider. It would get some fire on the field to boost with, though. And you are doing 2 damage, okay. Does it count as a kill for killing the eggs? I wonder. No, that's a bad spot. And that's a bad spot too. We don't want the mech behind it because it'll just kill it. Or it'll pop the shield. So it's kind of a question of, do we want AG's mech here? We want to swap these sides around? Yeah, because this bouncer, if I flip it, I do have the shield, so it won't do damage to me. Okay, we got a time pod. So that's going to be 2 reactor cores out of this mission, if we manage to accomplish it. Okay, that's kind of where I thought that was going to go. And both of them are attacking this building here. Okay. That's annoying. AG's mech is stuck back here. I can freeze the bouncer. I have to acid the spider, the alpha spider. I can just kill the mosquito. Oh god, no, I can't just kill the mosquito because it'll push it into the time pod and that'll destroy it. Okay, this deployment sucks. I can freeze the egg. That'll free everyone, but then, like, what? Then what? That's not helpful. And the only thing the Aegis mech can do here is kill the Scion. And it's not going to count for one of the enemies infected with acid, because it's not going to have acid. You're stuck there. You can only freeze the bouncer. That'll prevent at least 1 grid damage. Or 2 grid damage. And then both of these are going to hit the same building, so at least it's, like, not a problem. But then what are you going to be doing? If you shoot the egg, that's another grid damage, plus you're going to be removing the shield. I could freeze this way, burn the egg, but that doesn't free anyone, and terrible use of my heat converter. Then I'm not freezing this bouncer, which I have no answer to, because no one can get past this line of crap. Just preemptively acid for next turn. And then we're going to have to deal with this spiderling, plus this... He's going to drop another egg to web us all up again. And then you are not going to be doing anything, because you can't do anything without destroying this time pod, which is going to just fail an objective, which means not only are we deprived of a reactor core from it, we also don't get the perfect island reward at the end. So, are we going to take the 3 grid damage and pop the shield? No, we're not going to do that. And I want that reactor core. I need that reactor core, because we skimped out on reputation on that first island, so we're behind the curve. We're behind the reactor, the power reactor curve here. Aciding the egg doesn't do anything. God, I wish this thing had some other weapon. Something that didn't push, at least. Or some utility item that it could use. Okay, well... There's nothing this Aegis mech can do other than kill the Scion, so we might as well just do that, right? Unless... Is there some... stupid ploy? If I freeze this, it will at least... It will at least... stop a spider from coming out. Notice that there's no emerge tiles, because we already have 6 threat on the board. So we don't have to worry about that. I was thinking... if we... I could freeze this building here. That way I can shoot the egg. Does that count as an acided enemy? It's got acid on it, and if I kill it... Okay, freeze the building. I'll end up popping the shield, though, which means Bethany's going to be a lot less useful. I have 1 turn where I can use this and not freeze myself. After that, I'm going to have to use the mirror mech to, like, break her out of the ice every time, but, like, she's going to be stuck. That's going to be a lot of positioning, reliant entirely on positioning. So I can get, like, 2 good turns out of her. This turn, next turn with the heat converter, and then a turn after that with the 1 shot, and then she's frozen for turns 2, for victory in 2 turns. Unfreeze her somehow, or let her get attacked, and then I can use her on the last turn again. She doesn't contribute damage, so she's not going to be doing the, you know, kill 4 infected, or 4 enemies with acid. If I break the egg, that frees up the acid tank, which will let me do what? I can move... Instead of killing the Scion, I can move the Aegis mech around. It has 4 move. Move the acid tank to put acid on this mosquito. And then I can at least do 2 damage to the spider here. Rather than kill the Scion... Well, it'll be 1 damage, because the Scion will regenerate him. So I should probably just kill the Scion. Acid the spider so he's a 1-shot next turn. Kill the Scion so no one regenerates. Ice this up. Get that egg out of the way, because that's just going to be problems next turn. In fact, I probably want to move the acid tank back 1, so this doesn't happen again. Because they're going to have 3 people in range of this spider being able to, you know, web them all up. That counted. That at least counted. And it's also counted as a kill for the boost, so this guy does 3 damage next turn. Acid tank, it doesn't matter if you get acid, you only have 1 HP. Oh, I can still kill the spider. Right, okay, yeah, instead of... yeah, I didn't consider even moving back. Okay, let's kill the spider. Let's get this thing out of here. I don't want these eggs webbing us next turn. Unfortunately, it does mean 4 grid damage. I just saw that. We might... we can take it. We get double grid power back when we get the power reward, so we can regenerate the health. And plus, it's a resource to spend. We're maxed out. Grid defense is so low, it's never going to happen. So we might as well use our grid power rewards to, you know, regenerate our hit points. We already don't have a perfect score. We've already lost grid power, so that's out of the picture. We're just trying to survive here. And who knows, we might roll a 6%, right? I didn't mean that, game. I didn't actually... Okay, I mean, I'll take it, sure. I'd still lost the grid power because the 2 attacks. You can at least move, right? Yes. Acid there. Shoot you. That's going to be another 2 kills. That's all our kills. The mosquito's not doing anything. We don't need to worry about regen because there's no, like, HP left over. In fact, I could freeze? No. I could block. Ah, I can block and, like, freeze something. Or I can just freeze myself. That'll prevent the block damage and break me out of the ice. I think that's better, yeah. Is there any way... No, that'll end up pushing it into the... And it's smoked anyways. I was gonna say, is there any way to get this mech with 2 kills, but no. Right. Acid. Kill. And you kill. Okay, that's our objective. Time pod's still safe. Acid, or just freeze... the mountain, I guess. We don't want to freeze the acid tank, we want that. Okay, that's fine. They can both attack me on that tile if they want to. I can do the same again, but I can kill. I can acid the mosquito, follow up with the Aegis mech. That'll do 4 damage. Just move back here, freeze myself, secure the time pod, kill the mosquito. I'm gonna have 2 threat to deal with next turn. Let's do that. Getting lots of experience on people. Wait, how much are you off? Okay, that 2 HP is gonna get the kill. Okay. Oop, here we go. Don't know why I expected Mortal 1 BGM to be playing in this stream. Well, I mean, it's good music, right? If you want some background music, some nice relaxing background music, you can't... Mortal 1's really good. Alright, 2 threat to deal with. Plus the Scion, but... He's acided, and that's only 3 HP, so we can kill that with the... Yeah, kill that with the mirror mech. That'll free him, which he should have enough moves to go kill that thing. Okay, so this... Well, we took a lot of grid damage, but other than that, this is a very straightforward mission. And why not? Just a specimen for future study. Okay, mission done. We got 2 reactor cores out of this thing. So we can get the extra damage upgrade on the Aegis mech without having to take off the shield. And we got a promotion here. Popular hero sells for 4 rep. Oh, why that one? On this pilot? Okay, well, we're not doing that. Why couldn't it have been one of these scrub pilots? such a wasted slot. Because we're definitely going to be keeping this thing. Getting the boost, that's extra damage here. That's... Actually, this has the potential now to be a 4 damage weapon after that first kill. Well, get the boost here. Well, actually... 3... Do we want to swap the pilots here? So you're going to be doing 4 damage for 2 reactor core, essentially. Whereas this one is going to be 4 damage for 4 reactor core. Right? Base 1, +1, +1, that's 3, +1 for the boost, 4. But we need 3 reactor core. Yeah, this is the more efficient reactor core use here. Putting the pilot, putting Morgan in the Aegis mech here. And then, do we want invulnerable? We might as well get the extra movement rather than invulnerable. Okay, so, like, what happens when you lose a mech when the pilot dies? Well, you just get an AI pilot that doesn't gain experience. But if this guy dies, I mean, we do have a backup that will gain experience, then it's a 2nd level. We might get another time pop with a pilot in it. We might get a perfect island reward with a pilot that we want. So it's probably better to have Masochist in here, get the movement, and boost mobility. Extra mobility, always very, very useful. Rather than it doesn't die when the mech is killed. That only happens if you have to sacrifice your mech. If you played in such a way. Alright, what's this one? Use the detritus contraption 4 times. This is going to be a pain. This is going to be an issue, especially considering we have old Bethany here with the shield. And only 2 HP. Okay. So this detritus contraption. It has 2 abilities. You have 2 uses of a 1 damage to every target on the board, including yourself. And you have 2 uses of a shield everything on the board, including enemies. So even if we use the missiles, we're going to have to. We have 4 turns, and we have to use the contraption 4 times. So we have to use both charges of both abilities. So we're going to be popping Bethany's shield with the missiles. That's going to happen. We can give her the shield back by icing her, or by using the shield ability. We can also prevent damage on her after the shield is popped by just freezing someone with her, and then using the detritus contraption. It'll break her out of the ice. That's actually pretty good. Problem is giving the enemies shields. Like, these things have enough HP as it is, and there's going to be a lot of them. In fact, there's 7 threat. Yeah, because this is a high difficulty mission, or a 3 objective mission. There's an extra enemy to start with, which goes over the usual cap of 6 enemies. So yeah, we have an extra alpha mosquito to start with. 7 threats on the board on the very first turn, and we don't have any 1 HP enemies on this map. We already had leapers. It's too late for this. We might have to forego this one. We might have to go for Reclamation Zone, and then these 2. One of these, rep and grid missions. Especially considering we lost grid here. If we do 2 of these missions, we get our power grid back up to full. Block Vex spawn 3 times. We can do this with the ice, I think. We can do that with the Aegis mech with the shield. Easily. Easy. Oh, I just have to be in a position to be able to actually do that, because we're going to have a lot of threat on the board, which means we might not actually be able to block all that consistently. So we might want to do Reclamation Zone first, see what this one is. If that one's more doable, do that one, and then see what this one is, and then pick between these 2. Or between nanite farms here. Acid Storm Generator, single objective, shield generators. This is going to be an extremely easy mission. So we always have this as backup. Let's do Reclamation Zone first. Defend the VIPs. Let's go. Lots of bouncers. The spider again. The damn spider. Right. You are going to want to stay there so you can just shoot an egg if it lands here. Cryomech. Or the ice mech. He's got 2 move. Who goes first? This bouncer does here, then this guy. So what's going to happen is this spider can launch an egg on the E line or the C line after the scorpion moves. And the scorpion is probably going to attack this VIP right here, which he can save himself. He's got the hit the gas. This bouncer is probably going to attack this guy, especially if you don't deploy right there. We're going to bait him out, attack this guy. We can get him out of the way, and he'll push himself into the water. This bouncer as well. If the scorpion's going to move here, in which case this bouncer can't really do anything. And same with this bouncer, because this tile is going to be occupied. So we only really have to deal with this spider webbing someone. If we bunch up like this, he's going to pop the egg on this tile in the back and web both the ice mech and the mirror mech, which isn't too much of an issue because we can just shoot, and that'll kill the egg and also push anything that's here. AG's mech, from here you can double up on whatever stands here. That might be a kill combined with the mirror mech. And that'll give you your boost. Or that's going to end up being 4 damage from here on out, which is enough to kill these bouncers. So let's bait out the egg here. The mirror mech can kill it. That'll free up Bethany to freeze someone. Okay, I think we got the plan. Let's go. All right, bouncers killed himself. Okay, one thing I didn't consider is that I knew this bouncer was going to be here and kill himself. But here's the thing, though. This is now just a wasted shot. Like, okay, it kills the egg, sure. And it does 1 damage to the spider. We could save. We don't have to hit the gas on this guy. We could just kill the spider here. Oh, not the spider, the bouncer. That'll give me my boost. Kill the egg, do a damage. That thing's gonna be at 3 HP. This will free the ice mech, which will freeze the scorpion here. Meaning the bouncer next turn is gonna go here, in which case I can either freeze him or just move this guy out of the way. This bouncer is going to be left alive, which means he can probably just take the same position there. In which case, we have to watch out for eggs again. But I think, yeah, the mirror mech has to. This is the only move that the mirror mech can do. So just get that. Get the boost for next turn. And freeze. And this bouncer might just attack myself here. This spider is going to web here, probably. That seems like the good play for him. He's going to web here, which means I'd have to pop my own shield, but if I bash the bouncer, it'll kill him. I'll get my shield back. That's fine. We can do that. VIPs are safe. You don't have to use your abilities. And we just have a 2 HP mosquito. Okay. Spider's dead. We get our shield back. We can ice this bouncer. And we just leave. Yeah, we just get out of there. Do we want to go here? Or here? That'll be 2 enemies frozen. This bouncer, again, still not doing anything. He's getting, like, bunched up back here. We're gonna have to do that. We do that before we kill the spider, because we want the shield back. Yeah, that's the only move we can make. In fact, I want to go back here. Attack from this direction, because then we're closer to these spawns, which means that they're more likely to attack us rather than this VIP. Yeah. We're going to want to kill the spider, not the bouncer. Because the spider just... the web is very annoying. And, I think there's only one special enemy type like that on the battle... or in the battle at any one time. At least I don't recall seeing, like, multiple spiders. I think. That's a big I think there. Don't quote me on that. And you get out of there. If I move him here, the mosquito can attack from C5. In which case I can just web him. Not web him, I can freeze the mosquito. This bouncer can't... he can't move. Because he's trapped in here by the Aegis mech and he can't go over water. So he's definitely going to be attacking my own Aegis mech here. This mosquito... if I move him here... mosquito moves here, the mirror mech will have to... well, he doesn't have the mobility to get here to shoot, in which case he'd push him into the building anyway. So it's going to have to be the ice mech that freezes the mosquito. And then the mirror mech can push this guy. He can actually push this guy into this tile, and then he'll end up pushing himself to block this tile next turn. That's if things emerge. Like, these are going to come out at the end of this turn here, but it might just spawn more stuff here. Alright, so just get out of there. That should be safe. That shouldn't cause problems with, like, placement next turn. Alright, so what's going to happen here is this bouncer is going to push this guy into the water, killing him. I can kill the Scion and the mosquito if I move the civilian truck out of the VIP. Then I can just stand here, block. This guy will do nothing. In fact, I can freeze him. Well, actually, I can freeze this bouncer here. Yeah, and then there's not going to be any more enemies. Mosquito's dead. He's frozen. He's useless. I got the boost. I can kill him next turn. Scion dead. Yeah, and just... well, first you have to boost out of there. I think that's fine. He'll be dead. He'll be frozen. He'll be dead next turn. Nothing else is coming up. Yeah, it's safe to move him. I was just hesitant because after that, you can't move. You only get two charges out of this thing. Right, and this guy is dead. An extra little bit of experience here. Leveling up. Hopefully we get it like a better skill other than popular hero. But what if we get like grid defense? What if we end up rolling grid defense on this pilot as our third skill? That would be just the most useless pilot I've ever seen. But I think that's a little bit a ways away. You know, got like 30 more experience at least to go. Yeah, 40... yeah, 35 experience. Okay. Kill 7 enemies, we're not doing this. I don't think we can do this. Kill 7 enemies. We are freezing like 1 per turn. We do have... We got some decent damage. Conveyor belts. That's gonna... That's awful. This is actually a really bad arrangement. Because this conveyor belt, anything on that tile is going to get conveyored into the building doing grid damage. And we can't really afford grid damage. And I did say at the very start of this thing, Frozen Titans don't do very well on, like, kill objectives. So we're going to have to do the landfill. We're going to have to try to get the blocks on. We can fairly reliably get blocks. Alright. Scorpion, you're attacking that building. Bouncer, you're doing nothing. This bouncer's also attacking this building. Spider's gonna web something. This mosquito can go basically wherever he wants. So this building here is under the most threat. I can ignore this guy this turn. I need to bait out... I need to bait out the egg. So... let's see. Like so. The spider eggs here. Who's going first? Spider is. Okay. I was gonna say the spider eggs here. Scorpion moves up here. Attacks this way. Or the mosquito does. Either way, there's gonna be an enemy here, I'm pretty sure. Because this bouncer is probably also... Actually, this bouncer might move over here. In which case... Maybe we want to swap that. Get AG's mech to kill the egg. That'll give the boost. Meaning you can take out these 4 HP enemies next turn. Ice mech can then freeze anything... Pretty much anything on the map, I think. And this bouncer's not going to be able to do anything. If this Scorpion webs the mirror mech, that's fine. We can just shoot it and push it away. Unless the mosquito puts smoke on him, in which case he can't shoot. In which case he can't free himself from the spider web. So maybe have the Aegis mech here instead. And then, if the spider eggs here, I can use the heat converter. But then I can't ice something, like I can't ice this bouncer here. Like, okay, what kind of building threat do we have this turn? We have bouncer, scorpion, mosquito. Those are the enemies that can threaten buildings. That's 3. We're gonna need all of our mechs up to be able to deal with that. I don't think we can get any double threat removals with just one of our mechs. Alright, different plan. What if we deploy in the corner? What then? What is that looking like? The spider can still web one of us, at least. He can web either the mirror mech or the Aegis mech. Cryo mech, with 3 move, you'll be able to ice anything on the 654 line. And anything F, E, or D. Mirror mech... You can shoot on the D line. No, you can't shoot on the D line because there's buildings behind you. And if I do this, this is just inviting the spider web to web both of our mechs here. So no, the mirror mech, that's a bad position for you. Don't go there. I think the original deployment plan was better. I can bait out the attack on the cryomech from this bouncer here instead of attacking the building. That way I can just back up. And this guy still can't damage him, so that's fine. He can't reach. Okay, this is probably a better deployment. It's probably going to be a spider web or an egg here. Or in the front. One of these two tiles. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we can get our boost by killing the mosquito. That's an option. We can push the scorpion. He'll do 1 damage to the spider. If we freeze this building, we can get this bouncer to do damage to this bouncer. Can we get more damage than that, though? This egg is going to be a problem, though. I can't get any shots on that thing. Unless I want to use the Aegis mech to kill that. After the mirror mech shoots. This is also a possibility. Then what? That's gonna give me... That'll give me a kill on the mosquito. The Aegis mech can kill the scorpion. I can freeze this bouncer, leaving this spiderling to hatch, the spider to shoot out more eggs. This guy's gonna be alive, and this is gonna come out. And I have to block spawns. I don't have the mobility to block spawns. Other possibility is freeze the spider. But then how do we deal with this bouncer? We don't have the mobility to get there. No, we have to freeze this bouncer. That's the only way we can do that. Probably with the heat converter. That'll give us a boost. A boost source, probably for the mirror mech later. Aegis mech. If I kill the mosquito with the mirror mech, that'll free up the Aegis mech to just do 3 damage to this spider. That's not going to work. I need to kill the scorpion too, because it's also going to be doing grid damage here. It's annoying, but I think this is going to have to be the way we do this. Which means that spiderling, that spider's going to be able to drop another one. Well, we're freezing that guy regardless. And it's better to get the kills than just leave these guys on 1 HP. At least this will put me closer to the next mech that comes out. And it won't put me in, like, spider sticky web range. Okay, I can freeze. Okay, I can block 1, kill. Kill that spiderling. That guy's not doing anything. And I can freeze this bouncer here and burn that egg. It's a good thing I didn't use that. I decided against that and just use the cryo launcher instead. That's going to be 1 block. Spider's going to be dead. This guy's going to be frozen. This guy's going to be frozen. Egg is dead. This spiderling is dead. This guy's useless. I get 2 more threat. I get 1 block. That's the play, I think. I don't think there's any other way I can do this. I keep the boost because I get a kill. And I can't move the cryomech to, like, freeze this guy and burn that. No, it has to be this way, because that'll... Yeah, okay. I think that's it, yes. That's a block. That gets rid of the very annoying spider. Okay, 3 threat to deal with, 1 block. You only need to get 2 more blocks. And we got a boost source potential here next turn. It's not going to be very helpful, though, being way back there. Okay, only 1 more spawn? We have to block both of these. Can't get there. Come on. Can we get... No, we can't. We can't get it. We can't get it. Because after turn 1, nothing emerges on the end of turn 1. We can get this block here, sure. But then, how do we get... We're just 1 movement short. This guy can't get around. Boost doesn't give you extra mobility, plus that would just be the move anyways. You don't have an ability that lets us move after we shoot, so we can't, like, get 1 extra tile of range out of that. And this guy can't make it there, so I can't, like, flip this guy. That'll kill up anyways. Ah, we don't got it. We can't get it. We don't have the perfect island. No perfect island. Is there any way to get 1 extra tile of movement out of this? No. That'll push him that way. That's not helpful. This guy's bouncing the wrong way. He's going to end up in this tile, not this one. And I can't flip him because I need the Aegis mech to move over here. And I can't just, like, freeze the tile. That doesn't block. Plus, there's still 1 more turn after this that we have to worry about enemies here. So instead of going for this block here, we should probably just kill. Just kill things? Freeze and kill? Hold on. Okay. That'll be 2 damaged. Kill him. God, why is there only 2? It's because these guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that's a little bit more than... But maybe if some of these guys were dead, I would have gotten a 3rd spawn. You know, to keep the enemy numbers up. In fact, that was only 1 extra spawn this turn. Because this is the old spawn from last turn. How much damage can we do? I can at least get this guy low. I can freeze the scorpion, kill the bouncer. Yeah. There's absolutely no way we can get 2 blocks. Victory in 1 turn next turn, which means these are going to go away. Well, that's going to come out. This one's going to go away. No, we didn't do it. It's just not in the right spots. If this mirror mech was like around the side, maybe... Yeah. Did not get it. Okay, well, you're dead. You can at least get some experience. Alright, no perfect island. So, that also means we're short a reputation. We're only going to get 5 rep, 7 rep with the corporate HQ mission. And what's this one? Mech damage? Should we use this then? Should we go for this one? Pick up the rep that we lost? That'll put us at 8 reputation. That's still not enough. That's still just an awkward spot. Well, actually, no, it's not an awkward spot. We can buy 2 reactor plus a piece of equipment with that. And it'll give us our grid power back. Use the district's contraption 4 times. We already did not get the perfect island here out of this. So it doesn't matter quite as much if we fail this. Okay, regen, that's kind of annoying. And this is a bad spawn. Bad deployment zone. It's all split up like this. And okay, we got spider. Of course we have the spider to start with. These mosquitoes. This guy, well, he can attack this building here. Same with this guy. So it's probably going to be 2 threat on this building. We can use the contraption to kill the eggs at least. Like so. Or maybe we want like that. If we do this, we can get blocked in. But we can't get webbed or anything like that, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Probably going to get webbed, though, so... Well, if we get webbed, the missiles can do it. This Scion is going to be a problem, because it's just going to regenerate all the damage that the missiles do. So we need to kill this thing first, if we want the missiles to actually be useful. You know, because with that, we can just kill this mosquito with the 2 missile attacks. Alright, let's give it a shot. Okay, I kind of expected that to happen. Okay, we can at least kill the Scion right away. That's a dead Scion. And we have 3 threat attacking this one building plus you. We can use the missiles to pop the egg. That's going to be a kill with the missiles. That'll give us a boost. That's going to be 1 threat eliminated. But then how are we going to do with this mosquito and this bouncer here? And this bouncer too. Okay. We're probably going to take some grid damage here. Because we have 4 threat and I can't see any way of dealing with 2 of those threat with just 1 move. Because the mirror mech is blocked here. The Scion's blocking him. I can take out 1 of them with the Aegis mech, but that's it. I can... No, I can take out 1 with the Aegis mech, freeze 1, but then I'm taking 2 damage here. Oh god, I think I'm taking 4 grid damage. I think I'm taking 4 grid damage. Might be the end of it. Because best I can do is kill the Scion. I mean, the Scion was going to be a problem, so getting this thing out of the picture early, that I said I wanted to do that, right? But, like, ideally not as the only thing that this mirror mech can do. By shield that does not protect the buildings, that only shields units. And I'm not going to shield. we're definitely going to be using the missile barrage. And if we're going to be using the missile barrage, I want to be using that before I use the ice mech, because then the missile barrage will just end up breaking whatever I ice out of the ice. That's going to kill the egg at least. That's going to let the Aegis mech get a boost for next turn. If I... Can I? No, I can't. That won't push. I want to get one extra push damage on this mosquito, but I can't do that. I could save the damage. No, I can't. No. Could I save? If I kill the Scion, this Aegis mech can then move. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. It can hit the Scorpion? That's not helpful. It can kill this mosquito. I'm killing this mosquito either way. I'm just hitting it from a different direction. But this mirror mech can't do anything. It can bust the egg. If the mirror mech busts the egg, then what? That frees up the ice mech too. I can move here. Okay, move here. Use the heat converter, freeze this guy, set this guy on fire. Then, use the missile strike. That'll kill, or that'll put this mosquito on 1 HP, which the fire will then kill. But then it would just bust this guy out of the ice, but his attack will be cancelled at least. He's not going to be attacking, but he's going to be free. He's dead from the fire. Egg is dead from the mirror mech. This mosquito has 1 HP. Aegis kills him. This guy hits the grid for 2 damage. We're going to be taking 2 grid damage. Then we have a spider, a scorpion, and this bouncer still alive. That's 2 sources of webbing next turn. I could use the contraption again to... I ice someone, then use the contraption to break Bethany out of the ice. It does mean that the Scion is going to regenerate all the damage that was done to these 4 guys from the missile barrage. So, what if I barrage first? Barrage first, that'll free the ice mech. Use the heat converter on the bouncer, burn the mosquito, that guy's dead. Aegis, this guy's still frozen then, and I still take 2 grid damage, but at least we have 1 fewer enemy on the field. And I can kill the Scion and prevent the regen. Okay, that's the plan. Kill the Scion first. Deliver the damage. Freeze and burn. And kill for the boost and the shield. And we take the 2 grid. Unless we roll another 6%. No. Not reliable. Not gonna happen. Okay, this is a problem. Or is it a problem? I can freeze him. That'll cancel his attack at least. Then use the missile barrage. Maybe use... No. Use the barrage first. That'll kill the egg. 1 damage on you. Kill a spider? No, he'd be at 2 HP. Probably want to block. Okay, if I missile barrage... What? It's gonna break this guy out of the ice. Unless I shield everyone? This turn. Shield this turn, but then that spider's gonna hatch. I don't have any more heat converter uses, so I can't, like, freeze the spider and burn the egg. Because I didn't get conservative or get the extra reactor for that... upgrade. The only thing I can do here is freeze the spider after the barrage. But then what is the mirror mech going to do? I can't attack anything like that. I can kill the spider like so. Kill the scorpion. Barrage. Breeze. The bouncer from here? Is that the play? And then we have 3 emerge? I have to free him before I can move the... before I can freeze the bouncer. And that's not going to work. Which means I'm going to have to take the damage. I'm not going to be able to break myself out of the ice with the missile barrage, which is kind of like the plan. Like, I could do it now, but then that would be nothing. It would just be resetting. Well, okay, it would be canceling the attack, but I'd end up killing it anyways with the mirror mech here. And I can't get a shot on that egg or the spider because it's too close. So we are, yeah, we're doing another barrage. Fortunately, it does break that guy out of the ice. I can kill him. I need to kill that spider. Getting webbed sucks. I could break myself out with this bouncer and freeze this guy again. Because the bouncer's... yeah. Bouncer's gonna free me. Okay, this is not good. Freeze the scorpion. Shield myself. Push that scorpion that way. Kill the bouncer. I know I'm blocking, I'm going to take damage from that, but we have a shield generator to use. So, freeze. Push. Kill. Shield generate. Right? Only 2 enemies to deal with. And I won't die because the shield is going to take the hit. Okay, 3 enemies. I didn't see that. Unfortunately, they're all shielded up now. And, oh god, my ice mech is... not only is he frozen, but he's shielded as well. And you're webbed. So you can... push him away at least. Oh god, no, this is bad. That's death. That's a dead pilot and another grid damage. You can't do anything. Okay, I can shield generate, sure. But then that's still 2 hits. Right? No, that's going to be 1 hit. Okay, I'm going to push him away. He's going to go into the building. I can at least save my pilot. That's going to be more grid damage. And you're just super stuck. Right? Shield. Okay, he's not dead, but that's a grid damage. And, like, repair yourself, but that doesn't help because you can't do anything now anyways. slowly taking away our HP there. We only got 2 left. Alright, corporate HQ mission. I don't have very high hopes going forward. Starfish leader. This thing attacks diagonally and sets... No, it pushes orthogonally or sets it on fire. Okay, damages diagonally, pushes orthogonally. Interesting. There's a lot of acid on this map, so that's good. And he's only got 6 HP. It's really hard to count that sometimes. Yeah, spiders. I hate... This might be one of my most hated enemy in the game, other than the digger mob that burrows under the ground. Or no, he doesn't burrow. He moves and then puts up rocks in all 4 directions and then attacks. If you have, like this tile right here, this arrangement of 2 buildings, this one tile in between there, he just go right up in there, put rocks to either side of them, so if you don't have, like, an arcing attack, like an indirect fire attack or something that can go through objects, there's no way to get him out, and you just do... the alphas do, like, 3 damage or something like that, so you'd lose 4 grid. Very annoying enemy to fight, but these guys are... just the extra webbing that they do, plus the ad that they spawn in. Right, okay. Deployment. This guy can web these tiles from B to G. We can't deploy on acid. That's interesting. This scorpion is going to attack one of these 3 buildings. This guy is probably going to move here and attack that way, or is he, like, stupid and going to attack here thinking it can hit both? Either way, he's probably going to acid himself. He goes first. Yeah, leader always goes first. Then the scion. And... no, I don't want the mirror mech there. I probably want him here. And the cryo mech can probably go back here. Or maybe here? You can't get webbed, you can't get smoked from there, though. The starfish might end up here. So maybe deploy back one, but then you can get the web. The spider can drop an egg here and web both of us. So deploy there. You still have the mobility to get there, which I think is the only place we need you to go. Cover these buildings. Okay. I was kind of worried about that. I should have seen that. Alright. We've got... it's only 2 threat. Can we kill this thing in one go? Yes, we can. We can kill the leader immediately. So that's dead. We can acid ourselves. No, we don't get acided because we have the shield up. We can freeze him. And then we can do a single grid damage to ourselves by killing the spider. And this guy's not going to do anything. Right? Is there another plan of action we can put into play here? We can set him on fire? No, that won't help. We can set the scion on fire and freeze him, but we need to kill him, so nope, that's not going to help. I think that's kind of our best play. Scion's going to be alive. The spider's going to be alive to keep webbing us. We're going to take a grit damage again. Well, okay, let's definitely just kill this guy. Get that objective done. That sucked, but we had to do it. Okay. Well, this is bad. Okay, it's even worse because I can't hit the spider because I'll end up destroying the corporate tower. So I can at least destroy the web, but that will pop my shield. And I can't... I'm smoked, so I can't use my heat converter. Gary. Yes, Jack? What is it? What you got for me? And you're web, so you can only do that. How much, honestly, how much money to get you play Fortnite on stream? Like a single stream? I'm not even gonna say like a single match, because that's a bit too, you know, like a single, like 3-hour stream of Fortnite. How much money? Like, okay, I'm of two minds. Like a solid 2 hours. I can do 2 hours of Fortnite for the right price. But for that price, I am of two minds. I could say, oh, it's not going to take all that much money at all because, like, okay, memes aside, Fortnite is just, it's just a game. It's nothing. It's not like a horrible life experience that's going to scar you for the rest of your days. It's just a arena shooter. Like, slog through 2 hours, sure, whatever. That's like, oh, I'll do that for $20. You know, $5, whatever. On the other hand, I want to say $1,000. Give me $1,000 and I'll play Fortnite for 2 hours. If I wanted to, you know, really ring the purse strings there. Okay, smoke's blocking, so I gotta get out of there, which means I have to free. Which means the AG's mech is gonna hit the egg. That's basically the only thing it can do because it's also stuck. I can then freeze this scorpion. And then I can kill the scion. So stuff doesn't regenerate, I guess? Okay, but serious answer, it probably won't take me very... It won't take very much to get me to play Fortnite, because it's just like a one-and-done experience, right? Okay, I can flame the egg, but I won't kill it immediately. I can just shoot the egg. That'll free up the ice mech, which will let me freeze the mosquito and then kill... No, I can't kill because it's all iced up. Well, I can kill the scorpion. I'll buy you your first skin and everything too. I don't really care about skins. That's fine. You don't have to go that far. You know, long has the day passed that you can get a witch skin for Mercy in Overwatch. Actually, I'm sure you still can get it, but I've already gotten it, so I don't really care about skins anymore. I got everything that I wanted. Okay, well this is an easy shot here. It's the only thing he can do. He spent $45 on loot boxes just for that skin. I got it from my second free box. I didn't pay a cent for it. That's what made you stop playing? Man, you just gotta luck into it. Just be a lucker like me and just get it out of your second box without paying a cent. And I think we're done here. Yep. There's nothing else we can do. Oh, did you see? They're selling the skins again in Overwatch 2. The Mercy Witch skin, $36. Okay, it's 3,600 Overwatch bucks for it, but I think that translates to $36. Oh, we got a promotion. What skill is it? Is it going to be grid defense? +1 reactor? I'll take it. It's probably the best of the original skills. It's mad high. Yeah, that seems a bit ridiculous to be, especially considering it's like really old content at this point. It's not even a new skin. It's an old skin for an old character in a new game. Surely they should have more than that. Alright, we're buying 2 reactor. Shrapnel cannon. This is a good replacement for the Taurus cannon. It's only 1 use per battle, though. Okay, maybe not. The Overwatch team just can't stop catching L's. What else have they been doing? I haven't been keeping up on the Overwatch development immediately. I'm kind of over Overwatch. Ice generator. Ice generator. This is what we wanted. This is what our build. This is why we have Bethany. This is why we took this team. We just need conservative on her. Oh god, she's only got 9 experience. We really need to level her up so we get conservative. Okay, we're buying this 100%. This is what we're buying. Repair field. Get out of here. Shrapnel cannon. Get out of here. Ice generator. With this ice generator, you level it up twice. You can basically freeze half the map. You need a contracted cell phone number to play Overwatch 2? What? What is it? Like Twitter or Google where you need... Like, do they need to text you a number to confirm your account or something? Is that the first game that's gone this far to like make sure counts? Ooh, okay, who wants this? Probably the mirror mech because it can't always shoot the Taurus cannon without killing something. The first Western game. I suppose there's probably like, you know, certain like gacha games or like Korean MMOs that might pull those tactics. Those are like really... oh, maybe I shouldn't speak ill of the dead. South Korea requires social security. Okay, that's kind of expected. South Korea is a bit funny like that. They're really strict on their internet usage and whatnot, aren't they? Okay. Is there anything else? We got the ice generator. If we have a conservative pilot, that would be very nice. We can use it twice per battle. It would have been nice to get the extra use on this thing, but we're out of rep. Is there any other thing that we want to buy? No. Not that we can afford it. And I don't think we would ever pass up any of these things. Or pass up the ice generator for any of these other things. We could have bought a 3rd reactor if we sold our spare pilot here, but then we'd miss out on the ice generator. This is going to save us, I think. Alright, let's move on. Because it doesn't matter how much hit points the enemies have if we can just freeze them all. So, are we doing Pinnacle next? Oh, there it is. There's the enemy. You might hear some construction noises in the background. We've got renovations going on. I can hear a drill going. Anyway, this is the enemy I was talking about. On the end of that list there, that spiky guy. That's a very annoying enemy. On a very annoying map. With a blast scion. Oh god. We are not going to be doing Pinnacle. I think we're going to skip out on Pinnacle. We're at 3 hours. Archive is going to take like an hour. And then we have to do the final island still. We might just have to do a 3-island run on this time. If we even make it, because we only got 3 grid power left. We're definitely saving Pinnacle for last until we, like, if we can lock into a conservative skill on one of our pilots here. God, Bethany, you really need more experience. But I don't do environmental kills, so like she's not getting any. Okay, we got a free reactor here with defense satellite launchers. And we're starting with a alpha beetle and 5 spawns. With a not very good layout. Objectives forward, high threat 2. What about preserved farms? Destroy the dam. We can do that in one shot. Well, we could do that in one shot from the very start, because it only has 2 HP and the Aegis mech does 2 damage. Oh, plus this will maybe give us the environmental kills we need to get Bethany leveled up, or at least closer to level up. Alright, as far as reputation goes, what can we get? We can get 6 already if we do the high threat mission. That's be 6, and then 7, 8, 9 for the corporate HQ. So we can get the full 9 rep if we go for the high threat. Or we could play it safe and go like preserve farms and then these 2 single rep missions, or these 3 single rep missions. That'll give us 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1 short, or yeah, 1 short of being able to get to reactor and an item, and 1 too much for just 2 reactor. Because then we could buy a grid power for the last island. Either way, I think we're doing preserved farms first, because we want to see what those other islands, those other missions are. And what do these guys do? They just attack diagonally. Okay. It's interesting. So if I can bait out the attack here, if it stands here, it'll end up destroying the dam. How far can it move? It can only move there or there. You can also move here and attack this way. Attack this grid that's building here. Got a lot of beetles. What were the enemies? What were the enemies on this island? Okay, obviously it was Scorpion, Firefly, Scarab? I think it was Scarab, and then beetles, starfish. Alright, do we want... We can bait out an attack from this beetle here with the cryo mech, or the ice mech. If he stands here... I want to get the starfish to kill himself. The firefly as well. He's probably just going to stay there. If I can get enemies to line up in these tiles here, I can get the dam to kill them. There's no flying enemies. That's one thing about this island. There's no flying enemies, and there's no leaping enemies. So water terrain is actually going to be very helpful for us. And the cryomech does fly, so it doesn't matter if there's going to be water here. Now, what are the Aegis mech? Are you fine there, or do you want to swap? Because with the ice generator, I can freeze a lot of the map here. I can freeze a lot of these guys if they all group up. This beetle is probably going to move here and attack this way. If I can blow the dam, he can just run into the water. Same with this beetle. These 2 beetles, if I blow the dam this turn, they're dead. This guy has to get close to attack, so he's dead unless he goes here. Same with this guy, he's dead. And I'm right beside the dam, so I can just attack it immediately with the Aegis mech. So we might get a full cleanup on the first turn here, depending if this firefly stands... No, this firefly is going to stand back here. He's going to stand on these tiles and probably like shoot here or shoot one of my mechs, but in that case I can just move out of the line of fire and there's nothing behind it to take the hit. So I think this is a good deployment. Okay, that beetle's not doing anything, actually. And we're going to have to blow the dam ourselves, unfortunately. I can freeze the firefly. No, I want to save that. This beetle's going to kill himself when he runs into the water. These guys are dead. Do you... No, you're not huge or massive, so that doesn't... You're going to drown. It doesn't mean that we don't get a boost, though. At least not this turn. Bethany can just keep back here and just freeze as needed. And then you can, I guess, move forward and shoot. Or, like, block. You can probably just block. Yeah. Just block that. Freeze that. And that beetle's dead. Should I freeze myself? No. That's a waste. We're just gonna hold on to that. Alright, objective. Take less than 3 grid damage. Well, we only have 3 grid damage to take, so... and besides, we can only actually afford 2 grid damage, because it's less than. Maybe that's what they changed. Maybe unfair changes that. Maybe I'm thinking... Because I swear these objectives used to read, take like 3 or less grid damage, or kill, or take 4 or fewer, or 4 or less mech damage. I swear there's an objective where you could reach the number and still accomplish it. Because this is, I mean, I want to say it's misleading, but no, it's clear, but it's just like the number, if you only concentrate on the number, is 3. So if you take 3 grid damage, oh, surely I'm still okay because it's 3, right? No, less than. Less than being the primary operative of that sentence there. I can start blocking, and I can push this guy. Block and push. In fact, I can freeze him to save the damage. It's going to be 3 enemies next turn. 3 enemies. This might be a freezing opportunity. How much HP? 10. You're just doing 1 damage? You're attacking that way. It's not enough to kill. Okay, you are boosted, but... I can freeze everyone. But then I have nothing... No, I can freeze this way. The block damage will break me out of the ice, same with you. And then I can just freeze the scarab here. 2 turns? I think we can... I think this is good use now. Yeah, we don't need any more damage. We can't get any more environmental kills unless... Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. We can flip the attack direction of the firefly. That'll kill the starfish. It does mean that we're going to take... Okay, we're going to take 1 damage from the starfish, because it acts first before the firefly, unfortunately. Then 1 damage from blocking. We're going to be at 1 HP, that's fine. We're safe. You can shoot. That'll push him into the water. That's going to be a kill. I don't think that's going to count as an environmental death, so Bethany might not get the experience. And then Bethany can just freeze the mirror mech to prevent the damage. Actually... that's going to be 1 HP. It's going to be 1 HP either way on our pilots here. Right? Flip. You got the shields. Oh, of course, you have the shields, so you're not going to take the damage. Or you're going to take only 1 damage. Was that? No, that wasn't. Still only on 10 HP. Or experience. And freeze to save the damage. Okay, that was a little bit of experience on Bethany. Okay, we can get some more kills. Will this experience bleed over, or is it going to just be eaten up? Because we're already at max level. We can't level up anymore. No, yeah, it just gets eaten. Good to know. Alright, pretty straightforward first mission. That dam really helped. Also, having enemies that don't fly. You know, when it comes to water. Alright, what do we have now? Kill 6 or fewer. That's good, because we just got the ice generator. Although, tidal waves plus kill 6 or fewer enemies. So, tidal waves, every turn, a bit of the map is going to fall off into water. And because Vec can't swim, they can't surf, they'll die. Maybe, okay, it's this one. Kill 6 or fewer. This is the objective I was just talking about. 6 or fewer. So you can reach 6 kills on this thing. I've done these missions before. They suck. Because, especially with tidal waves, this is an environmental kill fest. We're not doing that one. If we're not doing that one, it means we're doing Historic County instead, which is kill 7 enemies. Why? Why? I can't win. Okay, air support will make killing those enemies easier. Sure. There's some water we can push them in. We just can't use our ice generator too much. Or, you know, we can't use it at all. And we can't use Bethany. Like, okay, the airstrikes will kill even if they're frozen, but, like, it's random. We can't target them. It's unreliable. But we might be able to kill 7 enemies easier than we can prevent 6 enemies from dying, or 6 or more from dying on tidal waves. Even if we freeze them, if they fall into the water, they're dead. So that's not happening. Unfortunately, that does lock us out of this mission here. So we're going to have to go after this one, which means... Historic County? Are we doing Historic County? Kill 7 enemies. At least we don't have to kill 7 enemies and blow up 2 mountains. We're gonna save this one for last, I think. In which case... I can't afford the extra damage. That changes nothing. I might as well have this just in case, I guess. Or maybe extra health and move, but no. I'd rather have this as a last resort so we don't, like, die on the grid. I'd rather fail an objective than lose the island. Kills 7 enemies. In this soldier sign, it's going to make everything a lot harder, because he buffs enemies' HP. Okay. Deployment time... I don't know, something like that. The starfish is going to move here. Scorpion... Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. Okay, they completely avoided that. And Miramac... Okay, this is a bad position. Okay. What do we got? Double threat on this building. This beetle is going to kill my mech. Unless I shield. By killing the Aegis mech? Oh, hold on. Killing the Aegis mech. What am I saying? Kill the Scion. With the Aegis mech. Alright, so... if I kill the Scion, that frees up the mirror mech to move here. I can shoot both of these. This will push the beetle into the airstrike zone. That's dead. And this will push this beetle here. It charges all the way up into A8. Which is kind of annoying, because then it's in the backfield and I got nothing to deal with it. Unless I, like, freeze it. But then what am I doing with these guys? So that's going to be 2 mechs to eliminate 2 threat here. Leaving the ice mech to deal with these two guys, which they can't do. Even if I freeze the building, that's still going to be 2 hits on it, so it's going to still take 2 grid damage. So we can't do it that way. I could... If I do this, that'll kill the Scion, it'll push the Starfish, but then it'll end up attacking this building. So it's going to be 4 grid unless I take care of this one. Which I guess I can't do that without standing in the airstrike zone. So that's death. Can't do that. Flipping the attack direction doesn't matter because... Like, surely it doesn't, right? Because it's attacking... Unless it, like, flips it such ways, but then, again, I'm still going to take 4 grid damage. Plus this guy's going to kill my own... kill my, the mirror mech unless I ice him, and in which case this guy's going to do 2 grid damage. We can't do it that way. So, best we can do is freeze one of these guys. Or freeze the beetle so he's not a problem later and just take... Just let them hit the same building twice. I can at least block from here. That'll at least eliminate some health that they have. That guy's dead. Unfortunately, he's not going to push him out of the way. I'm probably going to want to freeze the Scorpion, because this Starfish only has 4 HP. The Aegis mech can now kill it. Also, wait, 5 move. Why do you have 5 movement? +1 mech reactor. What did I put that in? Did I put that in the extra movement? I must have, because... Yeah, okay, yeah, it starts with 4. It starts with 4 movement. Okay, yeah, freeze the Scorpion. And then freeze this guy next turn. And kill the Starfish with the Aegis mech. He's gonna die first before this happens. Okay, I don't want to be blocking too many spawns, actually. If I block too many spawns, I won't have enough enemies to actually kill. And we are now only on a single grid. Can you make it? Yes, you can at least kill this guy. This beetle, if I get out of the way, he's gonna kill himself. And if I block, how much is that gonna be? That's gonna be 4. He's dead. Number 4. 5, 6. And then 1 more next turn. So we might as well freeze the mirror mech so he doesn't take damage. 4, and then 5, 6, 7. Actually, okay, we got enough. We got enough. We can block. Okay, another Starfish. That's an easy kill. And 2 Scorpions. I say that's an easy kill, but it's actually not because we have to land in the airstrike zone. We have to stand there. Okay, that's... Actually, this is really bad. I can save myself. I can freeze the Scorpion here, but then I can't kill the Starfish. If I free the mirror mech and shoot the Starfish from here, that'll push it up 1. In which case, it is diagonally attacking this building. We're dead. And the coal generator. We're dead. We can't pull him into the airstrike zone because we have no pulls. We freeze him. Freeze him. Flip that guy. Push him away. Or actually... Hold on. Flip him. No, I don't think it makes a difference. I was gonna say if I can get the mirror mech to shoot this guy, but no, it doesn't make a difference. I was thinking about trying to push him into the water, but I have to get the mirror mech free first, and then I'll be doubling up and I'd take crit damage here. So that's not gonna happen. How many more enemies do we need to kill? 3. 1, 2, 3. This guy's gonna be our number 3 enemy. This guy is gonna be on 1 HP. He's gonna be on 3 HP. Those are both kills next turn. This guy's gonna be frozen. This guy's gonna be on fire, so that's an easier kill as well. We only need to do 4 damage to him if he's got 5 HP, like another scorpion. Right, block that spawn. Take it on the shield. Yes, okay. Get out of the death zone. And block. Okay. We need to kill 3 enemies this turn. Will the airstrike help us out any? Another no, firefly. Alright, I think we can do it. No, not ice generator. Oh, maybe we can't. Maybe we can't do it. Hold on. Because we need... Oh god. We need the Aegis mech to hit this firefly. To do that, we need to free... both... Hold on. Maybe we can do it. Maybe we can do it. No, we can't. We don't have the mobility. If we could burn this guy... Oh, no, that still won't help because it doesn't free him. It doesn't free him. It just sets him on fire to kill at the start of the turn. We still can't get the Aegis mech around to get the kill. Because this guy just has too much hit points. He's got 5 HP. The fire's going to do 1. But then... That's just 1 short. And it doesn't help to, like, set him on fire again. You don't stack damage like that. And we can't get the mobility. Even then, that still wouldn't help. Pushing like this is not going to help. Because he's still... Aegis mech is still frozen. Or still locked in place by this scorpion here. That would get the 1 damage. That's... No. And that's grid damage that way. We can kill him and pop the shield, but he's still stuck. If we freeze him... Is there some way that we can freeze him and then crack him open and then still deliver 1 damage to him somehow? Like so? But no, how do we... We need the damage somehow. We need to save the Aegis mech to kill this guy. So whatever happens... Kill him like so. Freeze him to free the Aegis mech. That Aegis mech kills him, but then we have an enemy that's frozen and we can't kill him. Because he's not on fire or anything like that either. And we don't have the range to get the heat converter, which is not going to help because he's stuck. He's stuck. We are going to fail this. I don't think there's any way we can get the 7 kills we need. Best we can do is save our mech. Just like that. Unless we can somehow kill these things? No. If the airstrike landed on him, or we could push him into it, but no. Not enough. I only got 6. No perfect island reward. No reputation. We're short on a reputation now. So, well, actually, I think we're only going to get 6 anyway, so... 6 is fine. That's 2 reactor cores. It's only if we get, like, 5 or 8. 5 or 8 is the bad numbers. We got 2 grid power left. Use 3... Oh, God. Not another one. Not another one, and we only have 1 HP to start with. And there's a lot of... God, this mission sucks. I always see these in combination. Almost every single time I've had this mission, it's always been kill 7 enemies and use 3 repair platforms. So we're not doing that one. Let's go with this one, right? Or maybe we should go for the high threat mission? Defend both satellite launches. We've already failed the perfect island, so we might as well get the reactor core. Might as well go for the reactor core here. Make up the loss. That's worth 3 reputation. Not just starfish and beetles, the scion. That extra health is actually a really big problem. It takes these guys out of one-shot range with the boosted Aegis mech. And these guys... problem with doing archive so late and on higher difficulty is usually you can get away with just a single... normal enemies usually do 1 damage. The regular versions, Hornets do 1 damage, Scarabs do 1 damage, Scorpions do 1 damage. A lot of the regular enemies that you see early in the game only do 1 damage, and these things have 2 health, so you can kind of let them get hit once. They can tank a hit. However, with all alphas on the field, everything's doing 3 damage, minimum. Right, so deployment. You stand here, you're going to attack diagonally there or here and get both of them. That's fine. That won't be anything important. You can stand here and attack the building and the launcher. In fact, you can both do that. If this guy moves over here, we have a double threat on both of these things. I don't think we're going to be able to get that. Plus the Scorpion is going to web someone, so maybe deploy further away. Like so. And beetles are just going to probably charge into a building. This is gonna be a tough mission. We got a time pod though. That's another reactor core. We're kind of making up our loss of reputation and perfect islands here. Alright, what are we doing with? Robotics lab. That's 1 grid. And our reactor core, we absolutely have to protect this thing. And it's also going to destroy the time pod. Normally, enemies never intentionally target time pod tiles. They never stand on them or walk over them. They never target them. These SOBs, those starfish bastards, they break all the rules. They're also the only enemy that attacks diagonally. Alright, so what do we got? You gotta take care of this guy. 100% take care of this guy. You gotta take care of this guy. We have to take care of this guy too. And we have to take care of at least one of these 2, or else we're dead. So we have 4 targets. 4 targets. We can secure the time pod. Freeze. Hold on, maybe we can freeze more? We can freeze 3 of them. But it means that the Scion is also frozen. We can flip his attack at least. He'll be frozen, so we don't have to worry about him. Actually, can we... No. Hold on. Oh, this guy's just out of range. Just outside of range, and we can't do it like that, or like so. We can... No, that's not gonna work. This might be the best move for this guy. Freeze everything here. Unfortunately, it does mean that he's also frozen. Kill the Scion before we do that? shield ourselves so we don't get frozen. And then... No, 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 no. We have to freeze this guy. We have... God, this beetle's gonna kill us. And we can't get the freeze on him. He's too far away. We don't have the angle. Okay, so that's not working. Do we have any way of dealing with this guy? Is there any... No, we can't. We don't have the mobility there. We can't reach him. And we don't have the range upgrade we need for that. It's just outside. So we're gonna lose a rep. We're gonna lose a reputation on this. So freeze you instead then. At least we don't have to kill enemies, because, you know, we're not killing enemies. We've got 4 of them frozen. Just eliminate you. Then freeze. And we lose the rocket. We lose a rep. So we're only on, like, 3 rep now on this island. So far. Okay, you're fine. You can break that guy out. I want you to break him out. We can secure the time pod. And block. Or just kill and repair. Yeah, repairing will break us out. I'd rather have that guy dead than, you know, on the field. Okay, time pod secure. And I guess just freeze this building. Just in case. Alright, just basic scorpions? Well, I can freeze him. Or kill him. Freeze and block. 2 turns. I won't have to freeze anything next turn, so it doesn't matter if I lose the shield. And we're good. No one's in the death zone. That should be a little bit of extra experience. Actually, let's push him so we get more experience on Bethany. 15. We need 10 more experience. +4. Almost there. 6 to go. And we got a promotion. Do we get a pilot too? Got a Viscera nanobots. Mechs heal damage when they deal a killing blow. Okay. Doesn't cost anything. I think we have a slot for that. +1 move. It's not the best, but it's essentially a free reactor core in the plus move. Okay, no, we don't have a slot for that. Alright, when's the last time we actually got boosted off of fire? Is it worth having the potential for a boost, especially on Archive where there's more forests, so there's more fires? Or do we go for nanobots which heal every time we kill? Let's get the plus size. It also means that Bethany is our last hope of getting a conservative pilot, which means we're gonna have to swap out her heat converter for the ice generator. But I like having the heat converter because it covers the dead zone on the cryo launcher here. But so does the ice generator, so it's not that much of a deal. And it does mean that we can just put... Is this any class? Yes, okay, good. We can just put the heat converter on the mirror mech and we don't have to fire this Janus cannon if it's in a bad position. Still, extra range. That's going to be a lot better. If we had that, we could have saved the damage. We could have gotten the full rep. Alright, next. This is going to put us at 5. 6, 7 with the corporate tower. This is going to give us 4. And 6 with the corporate tower, which lets us buy 2 reactor. Whereas 7... Oh, God, we're not doing this mission. We're not doing this mission. It's not happening. We're just gonna have to go... With the upgraded ice generator, we can probably freeze a bunch of enemies. Try to draw them towards this side of the map so they don't get dunked into the water. We have to keep the beetles from killing themselves. So we have to freeze them. Another time pod. So we're making up on the reputation by getting these time pods. That's 3 reactors. That's 3 reputation every time pod. 5, possibly, if there's equipment or pilot. Okay. This is a problem. This beetle's gonna die. Even if we freeze him, he's dead. This starfish is going to die next turn, because that's where the water's going to go. So if we freeze him, he's dead. We're just delaying. And you can freeze everyone but this beetle. We can just flip him. That'll save... yeah, that'll save the building. Because we're not in range yet. Or we can't get in range with the ice here. Do we want to pop that so early, though? We can freeze you, but then you're attacking this. That's only 1 grid. And you're going to pop my shield, though. I don't want to get my shield popped first turn of the mission here. That's not going to go well for us. And that doesn't really help anything. Doesn't kill, doesn't push him out of the way, doesn't free him. So I think we might just have to pop the generator this turn. Because that will end up freeing you, which means then I can then freeze... Oh. Sorry, I really just banged the microphone there. My apologies. I forgot it was there. Okay. Stop messing with it. Right. If I freeze everyone, I can then freeze the beetle. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I can freeze the beetle without doing extra damage to it. I've secured the time pod. He's dead anyways. He's dead next turn. This feels like such a waste. Feels like such a waste of that ice generator, but we might have to do it. We're not even blocking either. But we can at least get that time pod. And all these buildings are now frozen, so we got like an extra layer of defense here. Oh, we can repair you. Right, because I didn't actually attack with you. Okay, another starfish. Okay, that's going to be 2 dead. I can freeze you. Repair. Break you out. And block another one. Maybe I should have blocked one of these ones so they don't, like, move over to this death zone. Push so you don't take any damage, and I guess set up... Get some fire going, set up the boost if we need it. Okay, this is going to be 3 enemies. That's going to be 5. We can do it. We can actually do it. Just freeze this guy. And then... yeah, that's going to put us at 5 kills. Which is less than 6. If you know your basic math. 5 is less than 6. And we don't have to worry about this guy either. So this was actually a pretty straightforward mission. Oh wait, he didn't even die because I guess it would have cut off the buildings, and it doesn't like to do that. It's a good thing we actually had ice on that building because that would have been very bad for us. We're slowly crawling our way back to full health here. Promoted. What did you get? Also time pod. Ooh. Network shielding. Mech cannot take damage during the player turn. Interesting. So, like, pushes... Friendly fire. That's 2 grid, though. Or not grid. 2 reactors. We don't have the slots for it. An interesting item, but not for our build. Opener. Gain boost and +2 move first turn. Okay, it's not conservative, but it's still okay. Should we get the extra use? What else are we going to use this reactor for? Not on you. You have 4 move, because you got the +1 move. That's a bit better. 1 more use. You have +2 move. Boost on you is wasted, because you don't do any damage. Should we get extra move instead of the extra use? There's been times where we have not been able to freeze people because we just couldn't get far enough. And this thing does have flying, so it benefits even more from extra mobility. And we do have enough items now we can sell for a reactor core. To get this one later on. Okay. Firefly leader. This guy's pretty straightforward. He just shoots front and back. It does mean that we can't flip him, though. So AG's mech is kind of just raw damage at this point. A bunch of fireflies. Beetle. I can't deploy anywhere where you won't just hit something in the back. So try to bait out... Try to bait out the starfish here. These fireflies are going to be a problem. All of these guys are going to be problems because the backfield is completely full. I don't think there's any way we can bait out attacks into empty zones. Okay, or you can also just stand there. And as I said, flipping it is useless because it attacks front and back, but we can kill it. We can kill it this turn. And then what? Lose the corporate tower, lose a grid. So this guy's going to be doing 4 grid damage. This guy's going to be doing 1, you're going to be doing 1. That's death if you let everything happen. Obviously. Kind of goes without saying there. So what can we do instead? Flipping is useless because he attacks front and back. Instead... flipping is also useless with this guy, I'm pretty sure. We can hit him. Set him on fire. No, that's a dumb move. That's a dumb move. We're not doing that. That's useless. Or it does not help. Okay, big threats is this leader. This leader does 4 damage. You do 3 damage. I do have a shield. I don't want to pop it so early, though. If I freeze the starfish, I can flip the attack direction of this... of the beetle. I could also... push. I can push this firefly. That'll block the spawn. He'll end up doing 3 damage to the leader after he shoots, though. So we're not doing that. As nice as it would be to get the Vec to kill their own, we can't do that. He fires first. So instead, what are we going to do? We can freeze... we can freeze everyone. We can freeze everyone. Hold on, can we not freeze as much water? Okay, that works. That's only 1 tile of water frozen. Everyone else is frozen. You... I need to deliver damage to this guy. If I freeze everyone, I'm only gonna have one extra enemy to deal with next turn. And then I could always, like, set him on fire to break the ice. Do the damage, then freeze. I'll get the shield so I don't have to, like, repair. Like so. That'll cancel his attack. That will let me attack him for 3 damage next turn. And he's on fire, so, like, even more damage. That means the mirror mech can kill him. Okay, well, the Aegis mech is gonna have to kill him. Then freeze you. Break you out of the ice, and we have 2 threat to deal with. Alright, okay. Aegis mech, you can flip, right? Actually, you can straight up kill. And then freeze the Firefly. From here. And you just move up into position. And just kill. Just kill. Okay. Job done. God, that ice generator. Ice generator MVP item. Probably the best item you can get in this game. It just makes it so easy. If you get conservative on it, on your pilot, you can do it twice. You can do that. You can just freeze the entire map twice. Alright, no perfect island, unfortunately. Prism laser. Laser that increases damage for each unit that it hits. Okay. Prime class. I don't think we're going to be replacing it. Confused, we don't have a science mech. Nanofilter mending. Standing on smoke repairs mech and remove smoke. So this is the Mist Eater's passive, I think. Or no, I think Mist Eater's gives you boost. And Firestorm, another science class weapon. We're just going to buy the grid. And we're going to sell everything for another... Not buy the grid. Buy the reactors. God, don't buy grid. Yeah, sell the nanobots. Yeah, okay, we're not doing Pinnacle. We're going to be doing the final island after this. So we're going to want the fire passive, the heat engines and whatnot. So, sell nanobots, sell the network shield, sell you. Buy another reactor. With 3 reactor, now what can we do? We can get extra damage on the Janus cannon. We can get 1 move here, or extra health rather, which I don't think we need because we have shields. Extra use there, and extra health, but we have shields. Just more damage? 3 damage? Do we want to do this? Is it extra damage worth it? Extra use? We never got conservative. Unfortunate. It would have been really nice to get that. But, you know, without any way of doing direct damage yourself, you just level up so slowly. I think we're going to go with that. Do we want the extra grid instead going into that final island? It's gonna be 5. Is that worth the damage? We're gonna lose out on this damage if that happens. No, we need to kill. Plus, we always have we have the ice generator. and lots of freezing. So I think we can get away with not having the grid. Okay. We're at 4 hours. Pinnacle. Pinnacle sucks. Pinnacle is the worst island. I hate this island. I loathe to do this island every time we come across it. Especially with this loadout. We've got the mosquitoes, which are going to be dropping smoke everywhere. We got the blast scion, which is going to be making sure that all the little 1 HP robots that we have to defend and protect and coddle and baby are going to explode from any damage. Anytime we kill something next to them, they're going to die. It's going to be such a slog to get this island done with that blast scion being there. The crab enemy is a artillery mech that attacks in a 1x2 line. And there's the last enemy there, the digger, that sends up rocks around him. And it's just a pain if you don't have any indirect sources of damage. We got the ice generator and we have the cryo launcher which can fire over the rocks, but that's like dedicating one of our mechs just to deal with that threat, and it might not be able to. We don't have any other way. And then the Hornet Leader is just like a 1x4 attack. Pretty straightforward. I think it only has like 6 HP as well. Not the strongest leader, but it can still be annoying. Just because you can't like push them back. Normally if you like push a Hornet back one tile, even Alpha Hornets, you can get them out of the threat range, but not the Alpha, or not the Hornet Leader. So we are going to skip that in lieu of time and do the final island. Got 2 leaders? Unfair? Starts with 2 leaders? Okay. The Beetle Leader sets fire everywhere. It's a good thing we kept our heat engines. And the Scorpion Leader webs like crazy. That's awful. And God, we got these guys still. We still have them. I thought seeing them on a different island, they wouldn't be here. But no, they're here. And the Blobbers. Oh, another really annoying enemy. They're kind of like the spiders, and they shoot a little thing, but instead of spawning a spiderling, it just explodes for 3 damage. Well, we can use that to get our boost on the Aegis mech, and we can also use that to possibly kill. It doesn't... Actually, it does matter how we deploy, because this Scorpion Leader webs. So this way it can only web one of us. And then we can just, like, push it away. Well, depending on where this grid is going to spawn. Okay. Right. This is a lot of stuff here. We could freeze everyone but this guy, in which case we can just freeze him with the cryomech. Are we going to do that? I just open up with the ice generator? It does mean that you are going to be frozen. Or I can move you out of the range. Freeze you. Freeze everything. Really nice if we could get over here and block this stuff. It also means that we won't be able to pass. This Aegis mech is going to be pretty useless because everything's going to be frozen. We don't have flying, and we don't move through enemies. And we don't need kills because there's no way we're going to be able to use level ups. We're not going to get 50 experience killing stuff on Bethany here. Never going to happen. Okay, what if we don't freeze? What if we, like... What if we, like, shoot? We can blow up the blob, do 3 damage, 4 damage to the Scorpion leader. Why is that not... Why is this blob not, like, registering that's going to take any damage? And what's going on here? Oh, okay, it's the push. The push from the leader here. If I stand here and shield, I can kill the leader. That's 3 HP left. That's 3 damage. I get the shield and the boost. This guy's gonna bounce off me. I'm gonna get pushed back one. That's fine. This scarab is attacking this pylon here. And you are attacking this pylon here. I can only freeze one of you. I think Operation Freeze the World is the go-to move here. We're not even gonna go for kills. Frozen Titans, not about kills. Get your shield up, just in case. Just freeze everything, and we only have to deal with one threat next turn. It's a crab, unfortunately. Okay, it's dead, so we don't have to deal with that. Break yourself out of the ice so you don't get trapped. Can we... No, we can't push anything, can we? We can block, but that'll remove our shield. But we have one use of this heat converter, and then we can freeze ourselves on our very last turn. So it's safe to block. Yes, safe to block. You can't go anywhere. Okay, the environmental kills are actually kind of stacking up on Bethany. Maybe we can get that 50 XP if we really tried for it. I'm just thinking, can I, like, block this tile somehow? Okay, maybe I will have to freeze myself. Not freeze myself, actually, yes. That is the correct word, freeze myself. No, that's not gonna happen. Because I need to get this crab. I need to freeze this crab, but the only way I can do that is by freezing it from here. In which case, 3 enemies are gonna spawn. If they're ranged units, I can't do anything about that. Because all these guys are actually in the way. It's actually a problem. So I can, like, push the Firefly leader to block that. He'll be on fire. Then I can, like, do some extra damage to him. Get boosted? No. Freeze? But then I'd rather... Hey, hold on. Can I... No. Well, I mean, I can ignore this crab this turn. It's just gonna attack frozen buildings. But then what am I doing next turn? In fact, I can't ignore this crab this turn because this blob is gonna get unfrozen. Which is then going to explode and break these buildings out of ice. And then this guy's gonna shoot. Or rather, yeah, this guy's gonna shoot, doing 2 grid damage. So we're not doing that, unless we freeze him again. In which case, we have to break ourselves out of the ice somehow. If we were over the lava, we don't get frozen, but we're not there. And we absorb the fire when we walk into it because we have the heat engines. I could block... no, I can't do that. What about... What if I just move him out of the way? I can push the beetle leader in to block the spawn. And then... no, I can't. I was gonna say I can move the Aegis mech to flip the scarab, the crab, but I have to move out of the way to get the shot to push properly. So that's not gonna happen. Just give me a second to think and take a drink here. I realize I haven't actually drank a single time in 4 hours, so I'm getting a little bit parched. God, I need one of those hydrate bros to tell me every 20 minutes. Okay. We could possibly kill the Firefly leader. Maybe. That'll break you out of the ice. Block for 1. Set on fire for 1. 3 damage. It's 5 damage. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 HP next turn. The mirror mech can kill it. He blocks. How much move do you have? 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He can kill the blob. The Aegis mech can kill the blob. So we can ignore the crab this turn. And we can just, like, sit here, freeze ourselves. Yeah, freeze ourselves, block, get broken out. So we only have to do with 2 enemies, and then we can freeze one of them. Yes, that's the plan. Oh, wait, no, the Aegis mech was gonna go... Oh, wait, is this guy not attacking? Okay, so we can still ignore it. It's not... Yeah, its attack was cancelled. So we can still do this. In fact, we could refreeze him? No. We want the damage. We want to kill him, right? If we refreeze him... He's going to be not on fire anymore. He's not going to take the block damage. He's going to be on 4 HP. That's bad. We want him on 2 HP. So just fire off into nothing there. Of course, this does mean that the Aegis mech is going to have to be the one to finish the job. And then the mirror mech is going to have to take care of the blob. No, blob's dead. Oh, he can just move through allies. Of course he can, even though they're frozen. So, Blob, you're dead. Don't have to worry about you. That's death. You are in the death zone. Let's not make the same mistake we made on the Parasitoid Wasp experience stream. You are not a problem. You're also not a problem. So, it's really just you. Which is easily solvable. Just to be safe, I could... Oh, I can get the boost. That's still not enough to kill, though. I could kill the blob. I could also freeze the blob, just in case. Surely that's dead. Yeah, environment always goes first. And there's no way to push? There's no way to get an extra kill just for the hell of it? No. And boosts don't get carried over between these 2 stages. At least I don't think they do. We can experiment. Right? Are we good? Yeah, okay, we're good. No, because we get the uses on our weapons refilled as well, so there's no way it carries over. Alright, how many leaders are going to be on the second stage? 2 or 3? Just 1. We do have 6 enemies to deal with, though. Like, normally the 6th one would get squashed by the bomb that comes down right here. Alright. This guy's gonna be annoying. The blobber's gonna be annoying. Ooh. Is he gonna... No, he's definitely not gonna stay there. Yeah. Okay. Freeze. Freeze, and then... Oh, this blob is still an issue, though. That's going to be a lot of grid damage. I'd have to freeze it with you. And then I have nothing to kill this blobber with, or this, the Aegis mech can't do anything. It can't even block. So, is there other things we can do here? I can... not push this Hornet. Because that'll still end up doing 2 damage all the way down here. It will block, but that's it. I can freeze the blob like so, but then I have nothing to do with that blob there. I can shoot and destroy the blob, but that's then not freezing all of these guys. Especially you. Move to the center. Could I perhaps... Hold on. If I move 1 tile to the right, where this rock is, I will be able to freeze the blob, freeze the blobber. This beetle will still be frozen, because that tile will move over here. So to do that, all I need to do is break this rock, which I can do with the Aegis mech, and then you, with 4 move, can move through for friendly units and stand on this tile. And that should be a full freeze. And I'll be shielded so I won't freeze myself. Yep. Bomb gets frozen, extra layer of protection. Everything else frozen. Only 1 extra enemy to deal with. Which we can do by standing on it. Do we want to do that? Do we want to do... Okay, we have to move because we're going to die, so... we can freeze... that, I guess. Alright. This ice generator is really paying dividends. Okay, this is actually a problem. Alright, because the tentacles always attack where you are. So what we're gonna have to do... Thank God we have the shield, or else this would have been... I would have been screwed. Bust the mirror mech out of the ice with the Aegis mech. Move him out of the way. Then freeze... Or just shoot the Firefly into the water. Into the lava. Right? Yeah, you can move here. Ah, that'll end up freezing the blobber, which I don't want to do. So just freeze him. Just freeze. And you're going to take 1 damage. That's fine. Okay, just a regular scarab. Okay, good thing you can get out of the way. You can move here, shoot that way. Or actually, you can... that'll end up freeing the blobber. That'll kill that guy. And then Bethany can either refreeze the blobber or freeze the mirror mech to prevent the 1 damage here. Because one of the enemies might be the Scion. The Psi... Is it the Scion? It does 1 damage to everything, to all friendly units at the end of each turn, automatically. It hasn't come up yet, which means we're probably blocking it. It might be this tile right here. So we want to stay here. Yes. Stay here. We can just kill this thing. And then freeze the blobber, because we don't want that guy sending out those annoying things. Take the 1 damage. And you're shielded already. Okay, we do have an open path now that the Aegis mech can get in on. Alright, we can kill you. Yeah. Repair. Freeze. And only 2 threat next turn. Oh no, that was it. They didn't say victory in 2 turns. I thought that was weird because this like big line of tentacles only comes up at the last turn. But, well, we did it! Unfair difficulty! Okay, it wasn't the full 4 islands because we had a really bad pinnacle roll. But we did it! It came close. We're down to like 1 grid. 1 grid left there near the end. We failed quite a few objectives. We didn't get perfect island on 2 of the 3 islands that we did. 27,000. That's not even worth like the regular hard difficulty max score. Max score on hard is 30,000. So we did all our score is doubled. So this is actually we did awful. This is an awful run. By my standards at least. Okay. Select 1 pilot. Not you, Bethany. Yeah, maybe Morgan just to sell early on. Get +4 4 rep. God, these are really just bad choices. If we're even going to keep the next pilot. Hey, look at that. We finally got the 3 island victory with Frozen Titans, and it's a big old fancy unfair medal. I was wondering about that because it doesn't say. Let me pick a squad here. No. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Not important. Not important. But okay, that was Into the Breach. Unfair difficulty. It was a little bit harder. It was a little bit harder than hard mode. Not terribly unfair, as the name would suggest. Lots of alphas early on, and pretty much like max spawns. I wonder how that would have gone if we didn't have so much freezing. If we didn't take Frozen Titans, if we didn't have Bethany, if we didn't pick up that ice generator near the end there. That ice generator really carried us through those last islands. I wonder how it's going to be on different squads. We might come back and try it some other day. It's not going to be a consistent thing. It's just going to be every now and then, probably, if I feel like playing Into the Breach. If I feel like racking my brain for 3 hours, 4 hours. A full island run is probably going to take me like 5 hours. If Pinnacle doesn't suck. Entirely depends on what kind of enemies we get on Pinnacle. And what kind of Scion, especially. But anyway, that's going to be it for today. Thanks for watching. Thanks for stopping by. We're going to be doing something tomorrow. I'm not sure what. Maybe it might be BattleTech. We don't have a story mission lined up yet. We got to do a couple random missions. So we might do a little bit of that. We might do some Age of Empires. If you don't know, which I don't expect you to, I got featured on T90. T90 actually casted one of my games back on September 28th, like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago by now. He actually casted one of my games. It was amazing. Okay, well, the game wasn't amazing. Okay, the game was amazing to watch. It was a disaster on my part. I absolutely got shredded at the end there. Long story short, it was a complete reversal, but it was a hell of a game. It was so awesome being casted by T90. It was one of my Age of Empire dreams. Anyway, that's Age of Empires talk. I should be saving that for a different stream. Anyway, thanks for watching. GG indeed. I'll see you next time. Goodbye. I need a new outro, I think. Goodbye.